was good last year, but it's like he aged or matured 3 years over the summer.
Yeah, you know what happens? Sometimes dressing rooms, you have a core group of players and you add some pieces from around the league. You sign some unrestricted free agents, but sometimes it can go stale. You need this influx of youthful energy, and it's really infectious in the room. It's just like these young guys. They just have this engine, this battery that seems to go and go and go. And older players, like a guy like Mark Giordano, would love seeing guys like that because, he can feed off that energy. Being, a 40-year-old playing in the NHL, to have these younger guys and the energy they bring and the pace they can play with, and, that's kind of the dressing room aspect. But as far as on the ice, we'll see how Sheldon Keefe wants to deploy these guys. I thought they did a great job on the penalty kill throughout the preseason. Yeah. They were both out there together a lot. They played in back-to-back nights in Montreal, and they handled some tough assignments with ease. And I think that's very encouraging if you look at it under the pressure. So it was a home run for both these players, Nyes and Minton, in the preseason, and they're going to look to continue that here night one of the regular season versus Montreal.
Well, the other theme in training camp was the new faces did a nice job. We're talking Bertuzzi, Domi. We already talked about Minton and Nyes, who is sort of an ad, although he came in late last season. Gregor is new.
Both out there together a lot. They played in back-to-back nights in Montreal, and they handled some tough assignments with ease. And I think that's very encouraging if you look at it from an X's and O's standpoint, knowing that you got some young players that you can give some added responsibility to. And not only are they not going to crumble under the pressure, they're actually going to thrive under the pressure. So it was a home run for both these players, Nyes and Minton, in the preseason, and they're going to look to continue that here night one of the regular season versus Montreal.
Well, the other theme in training camp was the new faces did a nice job. We're talking Bertuzzi, Domi. We already talked about Minton and Nyes, who is sort of an ad, although he came in late last season. Gregor is new. Reeves is new. And on the blue line, Klingberg. Are you surprised there's only one new defenseman?
I'm a little surprised, but you have to go back to free agent frenzy, Jimmy, when all the contracts were being signed under the pressure. So it was a home run for both these players, Nyes and Minton, in the preseason, and they're going to look to continue that here night one of the regular season versus Montreal.
Well, the other theme in training camp was the new faces did a nice job. We're talking Bertuzzi, Domi. We already talked about Minton and Nyes, who is sort of an ad, although he came in late last season. Gregor is new. Reeves is new. And on the blue line, Klingberg. Are you surprised there's only one new defenseman?
I'm a little surprised, but you have to go back to free agent frenzy, Jimmy, when all the contracts were being signed. Luke Schenn, I'm sure, was a player that the Leafs were keen on keeping, but not for the price that he signed for. He signed for $2.75 million. That was going to be way too much to pay him. And then we learned that new general manager Brad Treliving had interest in bringing in Radko Gudas. He signed for $4 million a year in Anaheim, and I'm pretty sure he got 3 years attached to it. That was way too rich for the Leafs. So what did they do? They addressed a different need on the blue line. Yes, Jimmy, we know that the Leafs need a bigger, robust physical presence on the blue line, but they also needed a little firepower and a little offense on the blue line. And John Klingberg has the opportunity to provide that for them. Whatever he lacks in defensive prowess, he should be able to make up for with his offensive ability. And if he can turn back the clock a little bit, like in 2017, 2018, he was a very good offensive defenseman, someone you talk about as being a true number one in that regard around the league. If he can find a little bit of that here, that would be a huge added bonus for the Leafs, and he's going to be put in a very in a position where that's very attainable because he's going to be playing on the first power play with Matthews, Marner, Nylander, and Tavares. And with the way that power play runs, we always talk about, that there's one side of the ice, Jimmy. If we're looking at the ice right now, it's the far side. And if Marner's on that side, he's on his strong side and he's distributing. And if Matthews is on that side, it's his one-timer side. There's going to be lots of opportunities for Klingberg to step into one-timers, to use his shot, to walk the blue line. I'm actually fairly optimistic about the potential of John Klingberg having a big season here in Toronto and revitalizing his career.
As I look down on the ice, I see number 2, Benoit. He was just recalled from the Marlies today. And correct me if I'm wrong, they have to be right at the cap to trigger all that long-term injury replacement money, and I'm sure the recall does that.
That's exactly what you need to do. You need to find a way to get right up against the cap without going over, and then, if you have some players that are going on LTIR, then you can do that. But, the Leafs, I don't think they were going to carry 6 defensemen. It seems like you want to try and carry 7 if you can, and let's be honest, Jimmy. We'll call a spade a spade. Simon Benoit's camp was not very impressive. No. Struggled with the puck at times, struggled with the pace of play. But when you sign a player to a one-way deal, you kind of know that there's a little bit of a runway for him to figure it out. And with him clearing waivers, he'll be able to go up and down as they see fit. He'll have a 30-day clock essentially starting tonight where he can go up and down from the AHL to the NHL with no penalty. After that 30 days, he'll have to clear waivers, which won't be a problem for him.
Well, let's talk about the fourth line. Camp centering Reeves and Gregor. What do you think about that? Now, that's pretty robust, isn't it?
It is, and David Camp is an ideal fourth-line center. Like, ideal in the fact that the game he plays a defensively strong game. He's responsible. He kills penalties. He's not going to wow you with any offensive ability. He's not even going to wow you with his physical ability, but he's one of those guys that you can squeeze a lot of ice time out of for a fourth-line center. That's important. You know, for $2.4 million, you probably want to pay your fourth-line center a little bit less, but he was in demand, and the Leafs decided to keep him. I don't have a problem with that. The two new guys, Noah Gregor and Ryan Reeves. Noah Gregor, for me, is a replacement for what Bobby McMahon could have been on this team. We know Bobby McMahon was hurt throughout the summer. He wasn't able to participate in training camp, so the Leafs make a move here and bring in Noah Gregor on a PTO. And similar to how we talked about Fraser Minton, where I said, listen, you hold up your end of the bargain and good things can happen for you. Well, Noah Gregor did that throughout training camp. He was noticeable. His speed is noticeable. He plays a somewhat physical kind of game. He's very simple in the way he plays. He's not looking to make plays. He's a shooter. He had a lot of goals last year with the San Jose Sharks, and I think he can add a lot to a fourth line. Jimmy, I use this term a lot with you. Identity crisis.
Right.
There are certain players that have that. They don't know what they want to be or what they're supposed to be. For me, he knows exactly what he's going to be, and I think the Leafs are better off with that. And for Ryan Reeves, listen, we know who this guy is, man. He's the heavyweight champ of the league. He's physical. He's in your face. He's going to be loud, and I think the bench and the dressing room will benefit from that greatly. And for Ryan Reeves, it's about bringing the energy that he is known to bring on the ice, known to bring on the bench. Don't let it get quiet when the Leafs get scored on. Don't let it get quiet when the other team is trying to run you out of the building. And I don't think he's going to let that happen. The element that he brings to this team is very much needed. And whether you like the 3 years or not, he is someone who commands a lot of respect around the NHL.
So what you said about the identity crisis, last year the forward unit had a number of guys that could go up or down depending on the situation. When I look at this forward unit, it's better defined. Would you agree?
For sure, yeah. And you know what? That's something that Sheldon Keefe has always, I think, prided himself on, having a lineup that's very versatile where he can switch guys around. We know the way he likes to pull trigger on changing up the lines when things aren't going well, and I applaud him for that, because too many coaches, I find, can be very stuck in their ways and set and saying, listen, I believe this is right and I'm not changing things, but Sheldon Keefe doesn't operate that way. But you're right, the fourth line is the fourth line. It's not going to be the third line. Where you might have a little bit of variance is up top, and I would say actually the middle six. A guy like Max Domi, he could be your third-line center. He could be your third-line left winger. He could be your second-line left winger. And tonight he's going to be the second-line left winger. Matthew Nyes could play higher in the lineup.
Right.
I like the fact that Bertuzzi is going to start the season with Matthews and Marner. As you know, we talked about that a lot. Like, that has the potential to be one of the best lines in the National Hockey League this year. But I can see Matthew Nyes playing with Tavares and Nylander not down the road. I could see it happening tonight. If things go a certain way, Sheldon Keefe won't be shy to put that trio together. So yes, there still is some versatility, but things are a little more defined as far as who's going to be the physical guy, who's going to be the busy player running around a little bit, and how direct are you going to be with your game. Are you looking to pass things off, or are you taking a shot from anywhere looking for a rebound?
Well, it's exciting to be here, and it's an honor to thrill. I'm being honest with you, to be able to open another season. Bonesy, when he comes in here, it'll be his 42nd Maple Leafs home opener. That's something, isn't it?
It's very impressive. And you know what? Our good friend, our goaltending expert, Jim Ralph, standing right behind us here, cheering us on. It's great to be around you guys. And listen, how good is this? We get to open an NHL regular season. It's pretty cool. I'm happy to be here with you.
The ultimate thrill, though, is what's next. Yes guy, no guy, to kick off a new season. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050, the iHeartRadio app, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Netflix is a Joke Radio brings you exclusive comedy specials and stand-up from Netflix's massive library from the world's biggest comedians. And this weekend, we'll be having a marathon of Netflix specials from the likes of Chelsea Handler.
You want to party? I'd be like, I don't know. Does me? Yeah, let's go.
Gabriel Iglesias.
Oh my God, I've never been referred to as the Fluffy.
Jim Jeffries.
I'm high and dry, baby. High and dry.
And more. Netflix is a Joke Radio, Channel 93, and on the SiriusXM app. In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. He had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Hall of Fame defenseman Chris Pronger.
You look at rest and recovery now, that whole mindset has shifted tremendously from when I first came to the league in 93. So, there's a lot of pros and cons to everything. But overall, when you look at the skill level of the player and the speed of the game, it's certainly gone to another level.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to Sirius XM FC 157.
Yes guy, no guy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, drivers and passengers, time now for the inaugural edition of Yes Guy, No Guy Leafs Game Night. Oh, this is exciting. Bonesy even showed up. Unbelievable. Here we go. Yes Guy, No Guy number one. Are you set?
Yes, ready to go.
Okay, the answer was yes guy, but nonetheless, Yes Guy, No Guy number one. Vincent and Nye's chemistry will spark this team all season long.
Oh, you're bringing the heat already? Are you kidding me with that?
Guy, what do you want to wait for? The second period? Come on, let's go. Pre-game show. Let's go.
All right, Jimmy. I don't want to be negative on day one of the season, so I'm going to say yes, Guy. Their chemistry will spark the team all season long, and at least one of them will all season long. We don't know if Fraser Minton's going to be going back to junior at some point, and that leads me to my first yes guy, no guy for you, Jimmy.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes guy, no guy. Fraser Minton makes it to 9 games played.
Absolutely, Guy. I just like the chemistry. I think that if you go through all these teams that win cups, you're going to find a couple of players that overachieved that you didn't count on, and this is it for the Leafs.
So personal experience story. I played with Bo Horvat in Vancouver the year that he was a 19-year-old. He was a first-round pick, top 10 pick, but he made the team. And I remember Bo, it was this slow build right from training camp on, and he got better and better as the season went on. And we saw it last night with Connor Bedard, that first period. Yeah. You saw how the Penguins were playing him. They were playing him on the power play like he was Alex Ovechkin. Right. They were playing him at 5-on-5 like he was a player like McDavid, who's been around a long time, that can burn you. Whatever happened in the preseason, things will be exponentially harder for Fraser Minton tonight, and it's up to him to show that he can handle that throughout a 60-minute game and then do it again the following game. But if you watched him play, you know that he's a pretty mature player, and he plays a pro-style game, so he has that going for him. It'll be great to watch his journey here.
I just think his biggest adjustment will be he's not going to have the totals he had in junior hockey, so he has to get over that.
And he wasn't a big scorer in junior hockey. He hasn't had that season yet in junior where he went back and lit the league on fire. He's been good, but he hasn't had that massive year yet.
Yes guy, no guy number 2 from this side of the booth. This is, Guy, the best set of Leafs forwards in years.
Ooh, I'm going to say yes, guy, Jimmy. We just talked about last year's lineup compared to this year's lineup, and I think there's a little more offensive punch when you bring in a guy like Tyler Bertuzzi, who's actually scored 30 goals prior to going on a line with Matthews and Marner. I start thinking about the possibilities of what that line could be. A guy like Max Domi, who's had a 72-point season before playing for the Montreal Canadiens. Like, there's a lot of firepower in this lineup, and something you've been talking about a lot is the young presence of Matthew Nyes and what that energy can bring to a lineup like that, paired alongside Fraser Minton. Not to mention, we're big Willie Nylander guys up here.
Yeah.
It's a contract year for him. Yeah. Had a career year last year with 40 goals, 87 points. I could see Willie Nylander smashing through those totals this year in hopes of a big, lucrative contract. So, yes, Jimmy, I love this forward group.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes guy, no guy. Speaking of the forward group, how about the ringleader of the forward group, Austin Matthews? You ready for this one?
Yes, guy.
This shouldn't be a very hot take for you. I think I know your answer. Yes guy, no guy. Austin Matthews scores 50 goals and gets 100 points.
An emphatic, all capital letters, yes guy.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. I think he's ready to go.
Yeah.
There were other problems last year, but I think that's behind him.
Listen, he had a few hurdles last year, right?
Yeah.
The wrist was acting up. We know he played through some back stuff at times. Like, this guy is coming back in a big way, and even just watching him in the preseason, you can see he's moving a little easier out there, right? Like, we know how strong he is. Like, he's a bull at times on the ice, but he's just moving a little more free, and I think that's going to loosen him up to score 50. And I surely can see him being a 50, 50, 100-point guy.
We don't do this often. We're going to interrupt the yes guy, no guy segment because the 48th Islanders are now making their way onto the ice, and this is Maple Leaf tradition. So, okay, it was my turn, right?
Yes.
Yes guy, no guy. Failure by Minton will be a big problem.
Can you repeat the question?
Failure by Minton.
Failure?
Yes, will be a big problem.
Can you elaborate on what you mean?
He's the number 3 center. I mean,
right.
That kind of has to work, doesn't it?
Yes. I'm going to go no guy, Jimmy, because I will say this. If you're a forward and you're playing in this 12-man group, you can be pretty well insulated. Like, if the third line is not going tonight, I expect the first line to pick up the slack and play a lot. And I think the second line, with Tavares and Nylander, whoever's playing well can get propped up onto that line. Like, if Domi's not playing well, Nyes can go up there. Like, I just think there's a lot of avenues for this lineup to play really well, regardless of what you think the third line is going to do tonight. But with that being said, the way things went in the preseason, there's no reason to believe that the third line won't have a very good night tonight. And look at who they're playing. We'll call a spade here. The Montreal Canadiens are going to be competitive at times this year. They're going to be a hard team to play against. That's the way Marty St. Louis likes to run his team. But they're not exactly playing against the Vegas Golden Knights or the Colorado Avalanche tonight. So it's actually the conditions are good for this third line to have a good night. Yes guy, no guy, Jimmy. Ilya Samsonov will make it hard on Joseph Woll to take the starter's job this year.
I'm going to say yes guy, which is great news for the Leafs. That your number 2's knocking on the door, but number 1 says no guy.
Well, and that's the thing about having a tandem, right? Like, you can have both guys pushing each other, and I think a lot of the chatter lately has been Joseph Woll can be the number 1 guy, and Ilya Samsonov didn't have a great preseason. Well, preseason is behind us, and if Samsonov plays the way he did last year when he got the opportunity, especially on home ice, it's going to be one of those things where I don't know if it's going to be 50-50, but Samsonov's going to have a very good opportunity to retain his starter's job.
Yes guy, no guy. The new guys, and there are 6 of them, 5 up front, 1 on the blue line, will all have great nights.
Well, I guess I'm going to say yes guy, Jimmy, because I just said I'm not going to be negative on night 1.
That's right. So you're just a yes guy all the way through this.
I said no guy on the last one, but I'm saying yes guy on this one. Listen, it's opening night. It's Toronto. It's Original 6. The Habs are in town. I mean, if you're not going to be up for this game, if you're not focused for this game, then what are we doing here? And all the new guys, I'm sure, want to make a great first impression on their teammates, on their coaching staff, the general manager, but most importantly, Jimmy, the fans, Leaf Nation. They want to make a great impression on Leafs Nation, and I think all 6 guys have a great night tonight. Yes guy, no guy. Speaking of one of those new guys, Jimmy.
Yes, guy?
You peppered me early on. Now I'm putting you on the spot.
Go ahead.
John Klingberg will be a pleasant surprise this season.
Oh, yes, guy. Absolutely. Very
what
talented.
Makes you say that?
Talented guy. He knows the situation. He's here in a 1 year, right? So he knows that he has to prove himself or reinvent himself. He will.
Well,
I always bet on the player in that situation.
I agree with you, and you have to keep in mind last year wasn't a great year for him. The guy signed in Anaheim.
Yeah.
You know, like they were a really bad team last year, and he went over to Minnesota. They needed someone to run the power play. He did a good job there. Listen, the defensive warts, we're going to see them hopefully throughout the season. We see them limited, but I have no reason to believe that this guy can't be a great offensive option for the Leafs from the blue line.
I'm not a big jump on the defenseman guy because I always relate it to if he's with the right partner, he looks a lot better.
Sure.
Okay, yes guy, no guy, and it's kind of open-ended, so listen to this very closely.
Okay.
Yes guy, no guy, Leafs power play.
Yes guy.
Yeah.
Yes, Leafs power play is a big-time yes guy. It was second in the NHL last season, only to the Edmonton Oilers, who had the best power play of all time, Jimmy. That's how good this Leafs power play is. And now, like, it almost seems like with Klingberg coming in, they think this power play can get even better. So, you know, very optimistic view on what this power play can be. And if we're talking about Matthews having 50 goals and 100 points, guess who's riding shotgun right next to him getting 100 points? Mitch Marner. It's going to be a big part of the power play. We know how Tavares makes his living on the power play and what a specialty that is for him. If John Klingberg can add a little bit to this power play, it's going to be top 2 or 3 again in the league, and there's no reason why it shouldn't be. You want one more for me?
One more, yeah.
Okay. Yes guy, no guy. Jimmy's breaking out the air guitar tonight after the Leafs score their first goal and unveil the new goal song.
Oh, that'll be a relief for sure. Yes guy. Oh, yes guy.
I can't wait to see the air guitar.
I may go from the air guitar to the drum kit.
What about a little cowbell?
You can't have too much cowbell.
You cannot have too much cowbell.
No. And that concludes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, drivers and passengers, the inaugural edition of Yes Guy, No Guy on Leafs Game Night. Time now for the FanDuel Sportsbook Leafs Game Night Parlay.
All right, this is something new we're doing this year. We're getting FanDuel involved, so we picked a little Leafs Game Night Parlay. We got 3 legs to this parlay, Jimmy. Matthews, 4+ shots. Cole Caulfield, 3+ shots. And a first period goal within the first 10 minutes. That's paying out plus 200 on the FanDuel Sportsbook app.
I think I like all of them.
Yeah, I think the Leafs don't want to waste any time. They want everyone to hear the new goal song.
That's right, whatever it may be.
Well, you got to think it's Justin Bieber, no?
I would think so, but...
Here's my take. You want my hot take?
Well, no, but go ahead.
Maybe someone out there listening does.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Well, you threw it at me, so...
I think Justin Bieber wrote a song specifically for the Leafs scoring a goal.
No, guy, disagree.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
You know when we'll see, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Within the first 10 minutes of the game.
That's right, according to the FanDuel parlay. Absolutely.
What are we doing here?
We're just filling out for another minute and a half, and then we're done, and then we'll set things up formally. And when we get to the top of the hour, we're going to talk for a few minutes, and then we'll hand it over to Mike Ross, the PA announcer, as he introduced the Leafs, and that's always an exciting moment.
Yeah. So the old goal song, were you done with it? Did you think it was time for a new one?
It did work in the playoffs, didn't it?
Listen, it's one of those things. You did it for a while. I thought it was catchy at the time when they brought it in. It was cool, but these things are not meant to last forever. No. And if you ever take the temperature of Leafs Nation, they've been asking for a new goal song for a long time. So listen, we'll see what it is. I know they're going to test out a few different things this year when they do the next gen games and they do the St. Patrick's game and all that kind of stuff. So I think Leafs Nation, whoever's here at the game, whoever's watching at home, everyone's going to be listening intently after the first goal to hear what the new song is.
You think so?
I know so, Jimmy.
So Bonesy will say scores, and then Ralphie won't say a word.
Ralphie's not gonna. You know what he's gonna say? He's gonna say, "Let it breathe."
Yeah,
just let it breathe.
Yeah,
it's kind of like when you tell me we need to go to break and you punch my shoulder and
I never do that. Look,
well,
we're
too far away.
We're 15 feet away here. I can't. I've got big arms, but not that big.
This is like a palatial estate. This booth up here.
It is. It is now, but
it's like,
a couple of minutes it won't be.
Yes Guy headquarters, the palatial estate.
Yeah, with all the lawyers' briefcases parked to get their wheels rotated. Nonetheless, we'll come back and open things up for you live from Maple Leaf Gardens. Sorry, not Maple Leaf Gardens, Scotiabank Arena. Wow, where did that come from? Wow, live from Scotiabank Arena. This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a nacho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add the 2-for-1 special featuring 2 medium pizzas with 4 toppings combined for only $20.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
2-for-1 pizza, 2-for-1.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast, fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuss shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Whatever the weather, CMC Markets is here to help. Planning for a rainy day? Enjoy $0 commission on U.S. and Canadian share CFDs. Riding out the storm? Get ahead of the curve with lightning-fast execution speeds. Blue skies ahead? Go with the trusted broker backed by over 30 years experience. Switch to CMC Markets and join over 275,000 global traders. Learn more at cmcmarkets.ca. FX spreads apply. CFDs involve a high degree of risk. Member Canadian Investor Protection Fund. Umbrella not included.
Some pomp and ceremony left. The opener minutes away. The Habs are here. Josh Anderson is here. Oh, no, Guy. Fraser Minton with a dream come true and an endless supply of possibilities because, Guy, it's opening night. So who writes the lead story? Well, let's find out. Molson Canadian Leafs hockey starts now.
It's time for Molson Canadian Leafs hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Oh, yes, they do, and they open here live from Scotiabank Arena. Welcome aboard, the Habs against the Leafs. It's the season opener. Jim Taddy and Frank Corrado with you. Joe Bone and Jimmy Rouse standing by. The starting lineup is brought to you by Molson. Whether it's Canadian Ultra Export or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. And the Leafs will go with Matthews between Marner and Bertuzzi, Tavares between Nylander and Domi, Minton, the kid who came out and had the lap around the ice and the warm-up all by himself, centering Yarncroke and Nyes, and Cam centering Reeves and Gregor. On the blue line, Riley, Brody, McCabe, Klingberg, and Gio and Liljegren are the tandems. Samsonov starts to goal. Wallace the backup. Frankie C., what do you think?
Pretty good-looking roster there, isn't it, Jimmy? And it's hard to not be optimistic about the Leafs this season when you take a look around the Atlantic Division and see what's happened to some of the teams. We know the Boston Bruins potentially are taking a big step back without the services of Bergeron and Krejci, and the Tampa Bay Lightning, although they won Game 1 against Nashville, they're not going to have Andrei Vasilevsky for a long time. And this division is ripe for the taking for the Toronto Maple Leafs. And ultimately, they're only going to be judged on what happens in the playoffs. But we always talk about the process of the regular season, how you get there, what kind of game you want to establish. And they're going to have the opportunity to establish that with a very good roster. Taking a look at the first line, like this has the potential to be one of the best lines in the National Hockey League with the addition of Bertuzzi with Matthews and Marner. But the story of training camp, Jimmy, was Fraser Minton.
You called me Jiminy.
Jiminy. Fraser Minton, the 19-year-old, who can go back to junior, but he played so well throughout the preseason. He's getting an opportunity to stay in the NHL, and it's a special moment for him. We saw him take his rookie lap, and he forced their hand. He made them make a tough decision, and he gets the opportunity on the third line to center that line with Nyes and Yarncroke.
Yeah, and I can't say enough about the kid. I mean, we don't know that he goes past 9 games, but what he's already done is challenged and been rewarded for it, and that's really the sequence, isn't it?
And that's all that GMs and coaches tell you, is to go into training camp and play your game, do the best you possibly can, and make us make a decision. Well, he made them make a decision. Taking a look at the back end, Jimmy, Riley Brody, a pairing that we've been very familiar with over the years, and John Klingberg's being put in a pretty good spot, if you ask me, playing with Jake McCabe, a guy who's solid defensively, has a little physicality to his game, and I want to see a big jump from Timothy Liljegren this year.
Yeah.
For me, this is the year that Liljegren turns himself into a top 4 defenseman and not just a third pair guy that needs to play some sheltered minutes and look good in that role. He needs to take a big step. And Mark Giordano, what can you say about him that hasn't already been said? Just turned 40 years old, still playing, and still has plenty of game left.
Did a nice job last year when he had to move up due to injury and played probably more than he wanted to, but really didn't show any falter.
No, and listen, the foot speed is not going to get any faster for him, but the smarts, like he's a really smart player. He thinks the game really well. And, at some point, the Leafs blue line is going to look different. If you have Stanley Cup aspirations, you got to think there's going to be some additions to the blue line as the season goes on. But this is who they're starting with, and I'm pretty excited to see how the new look power play is going to play out with John Klingberg at the top. I think there's going to be more of a shooting mentality up top from the middle of the ice. His ability to walk the blue line and make plays, get shots to the net, I think can add something to an already very good power play that was second in the NHL last season, only to the Edmonton Oilers that had the best power play ever recorded in the history of the game.
In about 3 minutes from now, we're going to turn things over to the PA announcer, Mike Ross, who will introduce the players, and always special to kick off a season on home ice. It does sort of favor the home team, but I want to bring up Montreal. Obviously, when the Habs come to town, that brings in Josh Anderson. What an absolute threat this guy is to the Leafs.
He loves playing here. He always scores against the Leafs, and it seems like he always scores, especially in this building. And I don't expect Montreal to roll over. Like, I think they're obviously not going to be a great team this year, but I expect them to be competitive. If you watch them play at times last year, Marty St. Louis had this team giving teams a hard time. They won a lot of games last year that you didn't expect them to win. Josh Anderson certainly can be a big part of that. So this is not going to be a layup for the Leafs in any regard. But, we talked about the Leafs and all the new guys. One of the new guys, Ryan Reeves, I expect him to have some kind of impact on this game. He's the kind of guy that the fans in Toronto will love. Whether he's yapping on the ice or he's running around, he's throwing hits, maybe he gets into a fight tonight. He's someone I expect to make his presence felt early on in this game.
I'm glad you said that, impact on a game. So when you look at the construction of that forward unit, I see a number of guys who, when things aren't going perhaps the way the Leafs want, could step in and do something and change the flow of the game.
Well, in a number of different ways, right? Like, you have some game breakers, like we know, Matthews, Marner, Nylander. Those are guys that can break things open pretty quickly for you. But now you have some guys in Reeves, and if things are getting loud on the bench, he's not going to bow down. He's going to get loud right back at the other team. If someone's trying to run you out of the building, he's going to run the other team's defenseman right back. And Noah Gregor, we talked about him a little bit in the pregame. Like, he's not the most physical guy, but you know exactly what he is. He's going to skate fast. He's going to finish his hits. He's a fourth liner through and through with a little bit of scoring punch. So I like the way that fourth line looks. But yeah, Jimmy, another player, Max Domi. Yeah. What do you expect from Max Domi tonight? I'm sure Ty's in the building. Yep. Where you get to see that Domi last name on a Leafs uniform again. I expect him to be his tenacious self, getting under the other team's skin, playing aggressive.
And I like what he said. Somebody asked him, because Lafferty got traded, about wearing his father's number, and he said, nope, no guy, I have my own.
I like that. That. Listen, Ty Domi was number 28, and I think Max Domi, his legacy is going to be number 11 in Toronto, and I'm sure he wants to get off to a great start here because, for him, if he can be a Maple Leaf for a long time, that's got to be a pretty special thing. He was talking this morning about how, season openers, when his dad was playing, he was in the wives' room playing mini sticks. Now he's out there on the ice at Scotiabank Arena, and he's, going to going to play a big part in this team tonight, playing with Tavares and Nylander on a second line that, we talked about it last year a lot. That second line was missing something. Maybe they were missing Max Domi because, Alex Kerfoot being on that line, Kalle Järnkrok being on that line. It just seemed like no one could ever find a home there. Max Domi might be the guy to make that line a true second line and make that his home.
Okay, Rossi has just introduced the lengthy coaching staff, so as soon as there's a gap there, I'm going to go send it to Mike Ross. He's introducing the non-dress players, Benoit and Connor Timmins, of course, out with the injury. So those are two guys that aren't not going to play tonight. And there's Matt Murray as well.
Nice to see Matt Murray. Yeah. Obviously just had surgery, and it's been a tough go for Matt Murray.
All right, over to Mike Ross.
And now, your Toronto Maple Leafs. From Gothenburg, Sweden, number 3, John Klingberg. From Toronto, Ontario, number 11, Max Domi. From Beaumont, Alberta, number 18, Noah Gregor. From Gävle, Sweden, number 19, Kalle Järnkrok. From Eau Claire, Wisconsin, number 22, Jake McCabe. From Phoenix, Arizona, number 23, Matthew Knight. From Magnitogorsk, Russia, number 35, Ilya Samsonov. From Kristianstad, Sweden, number 37, Timothy Liljegren. From Vancouver, British Columbia, number 39, Fraser Minton. From Toronto, Ontario, number 55, Mark Giordano. From Sudbury, Ontario, number 59, Tyler Bertuzzi. From St. Louis, Missouri, number 60, Joseph Wall. From Yurkov, Czechia, number 64, David Kent. From Winnipeg, Manitoba, number 75, Ryan Reeves. From Chatham, Ontario, number 78, T.J. Brody. From Stockholm, Sweden, number 88, William Nylander. Your captains, from Thornhill, Ontario, number 16, alternate captain, Mitch Marner. From Scottsdale, Arizona, number 34, alternate captain, Austin Matthews. From Vancouver, British Columbia, number 44, alternate captain, Morgan Riley. And from Oakville, Ontario, number 91, your captain, John Tavares. Fans, your 2023-24 Toronto Maple Leafs.
There it is. Mike Ross, thank you very much for that. So about a minute left before we break and get set for the opening faceoff. Reeves came out and pointed to his bicep. Nyes and Minton got nice receptions.
That's how I'm going to greet you every game now. I'm just going to walk in the booth and start pointing to my bicep.
If you do that, I may give you the high-low.
Do I want to know what the high-low is?
You don't want the high-low.
I don't want to know what that is.
That's painful, yeah. So Montreal is yet to take the ice. In fact, they're coming out. You'll hear the boos in the background.
They're mostly coming from you, the boos.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are a lot of Habs fans here.
There's always a lot of Habs fans in the building for this game.
Absolutely.
Let me ask you something, Jimmy. Would you like to see them play another team on opening night?
No. I'd like to see Montreal here more than once. This is their only visit here this year. The opening face-off is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
When news breaks in fantasy football, there's only one place to turn for instant analysis.
Justin Jefferson reportedly headed to injured reserve. That'll keep him out for at least the next 4 games.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
They've got Jordan Addison, obviously, and KJ Osborne. And then that's it. Kirk Cousins takes a big hit. And my guy, Jordan Addison, it's time to put on the big boy pants.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. He had all these good players around him. Hey, wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Hall of Fame defenseman Chris Pronger.
You look at rest and recovery now. You know, that whole mindset has shifted tremendously from when I first came to the league in '93. So, you know, there's a lot of pros and cons to everything. But overall, when you look at the skill level of the player and the speed of the game, it's certainly gone to another level.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC.
In August.
In 3 years, Jack Hughes will be worth $15 million a year. For $15 million a year, they got Hughes and Hischier locked up together. Those are 2 brilliant contracts, but there isn't a single area where I look at the Devils and think, okay, this is of concern to me. They're locked and loaded.
The Point with Boomer Gordon. Weekdays, 1 p.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and what?
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
The 23-24 season is about to get underway here at Scotiabank Arena. And once again, I got to give the crowd here a thumbs down. I'm sorry. I mean, I know Toronto audiences are different, but my gosh. Really. I mean, get off your butts and stand up. They should have had the crowd in here the last exhibition game. They were terrific. Well, the puck is dropped, and it's shot down into the Toronto zone, and we're glad that you're along with us. 42nd season for yours truly. Mr. Ralph is along for, this is 23, I believe, Mr. Ralph?
Really?
Yeah.
Or 27.
Or 27, somewhere around there, yeah. And over the line, the Leafs trying to get it freed up. Bertuzzi couldn't come up with the puck, and the Canadiens have it knocked away. Bertuzzi trying to keep it in, but it's grabbed off by Nick Suzuki, who will get it to the line, and Anderson couldn't get through the defense. Leafs play it back up ahead at center. Bertuzzi taking his time to allow a change of players, pumps it down into the zone. Leafs get there first, and it's Tavares in the corner, trying to center. It comes back to the blue line, working in on a shot by Domi. Was kicked away there nicely by Jake Allen. Allen in goal for the Canadiens, along with Ilya Samsonov for the Maple Leafs, as an icing is touched by Samsonov. It was right on goal, and so play continues. Nylander circles out with a flip pass in on the right side. Leafs get it in with a shot. Allen down and swallows it up. And a stoppage of play with our first face-off coming in the Montreal zone.
I thought Max Domi had some great lines at the press conference this morning. He was asked when Sam Lafferty was moved to Vancouver if he thought of taking jersey number 28. He said, absolutely not. That was my dad's. He said, number 11, he said, partially because it makes me look taller. He said.
And who told him that?
I don't know.
Same guy that does his suits, I guess, right?
Said whoever used to wear 16 and 13, he said obviously couldn't wear 13, and he said Mitch Marner was such a big fan of his from junior hockey, he already had 16. So.
Oh, well, that's a good point. Change here with a minute and a half gone in the first period, no score. Canadians back of their own goal. Get it up on the left wing now, and a pass by Gallagher is fired down into the Toronto zone. Liljegren reverses the puck for Nyes. Getting it up on the wing, and it comes in front of the net as Gallagher got a shot there and was deflected wide. Fraser Minton's first NHL shift as it goes around back of the net for Giordano. Giordano punching it along the boards, but the Canadiens, Gallagher is able to get it free. Nyes knocked it back around behind the net. And now Liljegren starts out of his own zone with a bank pass for Minton, and he'll get it deep into Montreal territory. Nyes in around back of the net, chasing the goaltender. Now Minton in pursuit as it's brought along the boards and brought out at center ice by the Canadiens, and working in on the left wing is Yellinen. He'll stop it up and then play it around the boards to the near side. Savard trying to center in front of the net, and unable to get a shot was Yellinen. He has it up against the end boards in the Toronto zone. Leafs play it off the glass to the line, and Reeves gets it out at center. And now here's Gregor playing it down into the zone. Noah Gregor, who worked his way into a contract during the preseason. Blowing a tire is Brody. Breakaway chance for the Canadiens, and a goal, and scores! TJ Brody blew a tire right at the blue line, and Evans took it the rest of the way, and the Canadiens have scored the first goal of the hockey game on a breakaway and a huge break.
And it comes 3:01 into the opener. TJ Brody, I think, was trying to backpedal as Noah Gregor threw the puck back to the right point, and Brody, I think, got a little ahead of himself and then stumbled and couldn't recover. He goes down, and Jake Evans has as easy a breakaway as you could manufacture. Gregor was on him, but not in time, as Evans went backhand, forehand, and up and over the left pad of Ilya Samsonov.
Leafs get the puck back into the Montreal zone, but Suzuki has pushed it out at center, and it'll be Josh Anderson playing it deep into the Toronto end. Standing on a pass was Klingberg, but he gets it ahead, and Marner gets it ahead at center, and Matthews is in on the wing. Little stutter step, curls into the slot. It goes to Marner near side for Klingberg, and he couldn't get the shot away. Into the slot area, kept in by Matthews, centered in front of the net. Oh, Bertuzzi had a glorious chance, but he was more shocked that the puck came to him, I think, at that point, and it went off his skate, and he was never able to get it onto his stick for the delivery to the net.
If this is tape to tape, it's in. But for Bertuzzi, just off the inside of his right skate.
Nylander wheels out of his own zone to center. Got in on the right side for Tavares, a shot. And Allen makes a good save as Tavares broke in on the right side. Puck behind the goal for Savard. He'll hold, trying to get away from Nylander's forechecking presence. And the Canadiens get it to the line and in, but it's going to be offside. As the linesmen are Travis Gerlowitz and Derek Newton. The referees, Francis Charon and Kevin Pollock. And it's 1-0 Montreal on an unassisted goal by Jake Evans.
Now, you said you gave the fans a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Maybe this is part of it. This is the 21st time the Leafs and Montreal Canadiens have opened the season against each other.
What's that got to do with the price of wheat?
Because you do it every year. It's nothing unique.
Well, no, but every year you have the home opener.
I'm telling you, it's against the same team every year.
Well, shot from a sharp angle, deflects off the side of the net. I'm not buying it, Mr. Rollins.
The next highest is 11. Three other duos of teams have met 11 times in opening night.
All right.
So that's rather significant, is it not?
I suppose. Al Minton.
I'm not buying it either, by the way.
Shot it down into the zone. Into the far corner goes Jack-Eye. Minton is able to punch it back into the corner. Yarncrook goes around, and now he's going to get a penalty. He reached around the Montreal defenseman, and a holding call is going to come, and the Canadiens, leading 1-0, are going to get a power play on a penalty that comes exactly 200 feet from the Toronto net.
Well, Leafs have already given up a breakaway. When DJ Brody foul, that led to the opening goal, and now a penalty in the offensive zone. As soon as you take that hand off your stick, you put yourself in grave danger of taking a holding penalty, and Yarncroc is gone.
Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commission on stocks.
Montreal Canadiens last year 29th in the league on the power play. The Leafs middle of the pack were 81.9% of the penalty kill. That put them 12th overall.
Leafs won the face-off, and it is shot down the ice. And David Camp and Marner start on the penalty kill, which is status quo from last year. Now near side, Kirby Dach works into the corner for Montreal, rung it around the boards. It'll find Cole Caulfield, rink-wide pass Suzuki. Doesn't shoot it. When he did, it trickled towards the net, and goaltender Samsonov had to be quick with the pad. Back to the point and a drive. Samsonov, a good save. Suzuki off the boards to try to get it back to the blue line. Had it into the corner now. Canadians cycling the puck. Suzuki was tripped up by David Camp. No call, and he's having a word with the official about it. Canadians back in their own zone as the Leafs have iced the puck. Jack-Eye starting to center. On the right wing for Gallagher. Dropped it back into his own zone for Anderson. Marner forced that situation. Now Matthews out with Marner for the second part of this penalty kill. The Leafs get it freed up and push it out at center. Montreal waiting for teammates to get onside to bring it back in. And a good hit by Jake McCabe as he stood up. Slafkovsky along the near boards. Canadians keep the puck in at the blue line. Jack-Eye over on the far side. Wrist shot coming, and it was blocked nicely there by Liljegren. Liljegren to the corner. Battles for it as it comes back to the blue line. Canadians walking the line. A shot. That was blocked in front of the net, and a good block by McCabe, who has an excellent shift penalty killing, heads to the bench. A good hit and a good block. Jack-Eye playing it off on the right side. Evans dumps it deep into the Toronto zone. The penalty has expired. Puck into the corner. Riley has it pinned up against the end boards. Nyes, using his size to its benefit, is able to spring Minton. A flip pass ahead, and having just to straddle the line to stay on side was Calle Yarncrook. Otherwise, he might have been in behind the defense.
Great intent, though, by Minton, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a great idea. Nylander turns in his own zone. Works through center. Knocks the puck across the line. Fed off on the left wing for Nyes. Backhand spinning try didn't work. Canadians in the corner, playing it up on the boards. Kept alive momentarily there by Giordano. Played back down into the Toronto end, though, as it squirted through. Now Nylander again. Across the line with Giordano. Nylander works into the near corner. Around back of the net with a centering pass. And it didn't reach Tavares. And the Canadians have it out at center ice with a nice speed. Anderson in with a shot. And that was deflected wide of the goal by goaltender Ilya Samsonov. He's playing it to the line and out. Trying to get a change orchestrated. And the Canadians are back in their own zone. 1-0 Montreal. 11:47 to play. First period. Glad you're along with us, wherever you may be around the world listening, as a shot goes off the shoulder of Samsonov. Puck into the corner, sprung around to the near wing. Pinching in is David Savard. He'll swing it around to the left wing boards. Returned back of the net, cut off there by McCabe. McCabe trying to make a pass, had it blocked. Grabbed off by Tanner Pearson. Back to the blue line it comes. Near side now for Savard. Pass in front of the net was broken up before it reached the net. And now the Leafs with Marner back in his own zone to organize. McCabe comes slowly to center. Finds Matthews on left wing. Got across the line. Bertuzzi's able to keep it in. Matthews will swing it around back of the net. Marner has it. Marner curls out into the slot. Matthews couldn't shoot it. Now does, but it's deflected in front of the net and into the near boards area. Bertuzzi after it again knocks his man down. Liljegren unable to corral the puck, and Slafkovsky is able to get it down into the Toronto end. Centering pass, knocked away, cleared to the line, not out. Kovacevic for the Canadians, keeping the puck in. Back to the point once more. Looking to the near side, Kovacevic was looking for the pass. It never materialized. And now it is Liljegren clearing to the line and out. But no momentum there for Marner. He'll find Morgan Riley, who's trying to stretch things out to allow a change of players. And it is shot down into the Montreal zone. Harvey Pinard for the Canadians to the near side. Up on the right wing now for Yellinen. And another good hit this time by Reeves. Stood up Yellinen. Played around back of the net. McCabe. A long alley-oop to center. Backhanded in over the line by the Leafs, and into the corner comes Reeves with a hit, and he nailed Gooley into the corner, and now the gloves are off, and it's Reeves and Jackeye throwing punches back at the goal. Boy, you could have won some money on this, couldn't you? And Jackeye has pushed Reeves into the back of the net, and the two will head off to the penalty box. But a good hit by Reeves. Triggers the fight.
I think Montreal may get the extra penalty. Was the arm not? I don't believe Reeves was getting the penalty on the hit. So when Jackeye went after him, I think Montreal could get the extra roughing penalty. We'll sort it out when we get back.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The Point.
I truly believe in 3 years, Jack Hughes will be worth $15 million a year. For $15 million a year, they got Hughes and Hischier locked up together. Those are two brilliant contracts. But there isn't a single area where I look at the Devils and think, okay, this is of concern to me. They're locked and loaded.
The Point with Boomer Gordon. Weekdays 1 p.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
An additional penalty is going to go to Arbor Jackeye. He's gone to the Montreal dressing room. Gallagher is going to serve the penalty, and the Maple Leafs are going to the first power play of the season. And it's brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. Draw to the right in the Montreal zone. Tavares, Nylander, Matthews up front. Klingberg and Marner. As Marner gets the puck into the slot, fakes the pass, and then a deflection was just off the mark wide from Matthews. Played back to the blue line, and Klingberg walks the line. Klingberg to the far side, near corner now for Nylander. He fanned on the shot. Klingberg is able to recover the puck, then had his pass for Nylander partially blocked. It comes back into the slot. Marner looking for a return pass to Tavares in front, but it was intercepted by the Habs and sent down the ice.
All right, so the official 17 minutes of penalties go to Jackeye, 2, 5, and 10 as he gets the 2 minutes for instigating.
Played into the corner now for Matthews. Matthews rings the boards to find Nylander at the far boards, back into the slot area for Tavares. To Nylander. Far half boards, curls back to the blue line, to the point to Klingberg. Shot coming, that deflected just wide. Matthews comes out of the corner with it. Back to Klingberg. Klingberg to Matthews once more. Holds, lets the shot go. That was deflected, and Nylander's able to come away with the loose puck. Tried to play it back, and Matthews wasn't ready for it. It went right between his legs all the way to center. Klingberg will try it again. Marner's in across the line. Rink-wide pass goes off his skate. Now Klingberg racing for it, but it'll be Suzuki getting there first to send it out and down the ice with 38 seconds left to go in the penalty. And Leafs a little haphazard down in their own zone almost, but now start out. Domi coming to center. Max Domi to the line and in, flips it into the left wing corner for Yarncrook. A centering pass, and that was Bertuzzi fanning on it, but it almost got through. Domi in the far corner, tries to center. Gobbled up there and played around the boards by Kovacevic, but not cleared. Riley keeping it in. Liljegren into the corner to Domi, coming out. Pass in front, the shot goes off his stick and into the screen and out of play. Good puck possession, good opportunities, no goal.
Actually, Timothy Liljegren's shot that went off his stick and out of play. The original pass was intended to Yarncroc, who was between the hash marks. And the redirection went right onto the stick of Liljegren. He got it away quickly, but off his stick and out over the glass. Shots favoring the Canadiens 7-6. Jake Allen's looked sharp too, hasn't he, Joe, early?
Sure has. McCabe with a pass in front that was redirected by Yarncrook just wide. Penalty is over. Domi back of the net, can't come up with it. Into the near corner along the boards, and Yarncrook couldn't tip it in closer. Now it's down into the Toronto zone, and McCabe getting after it as Samsonov punches it along the boards to find Domi. Domi to Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi, a sliding pass on the right side for McCabe. He knocked his man down and went after the puck. Good hit by Bertuzzi, but the Canadiens come away with it and play it out to the line, but not out. Turnover again. Shot high off his stick and up into the screen as Calle Yarncroc got a hold of it, or at least Gregor got a hold of it and got it elevated but off his stick, out of play. So a break in the action with the Canadiens leading 1-0 on a breakaway goal by Jake Evans. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone, step up and down. Left foot, right foot, you're climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged
value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
Oh my gosh. Girl, you better tell me. I just got the best deal from Sell Out Vacations at Amelia Resort in Cuba. My jaw literally hit the floor. A 4-star resort for over 30% off. What? 30% off? I couldn't hit book now fast enough. Cuba, here we come. With deals so good, you'll feel it. Find your vacation deals with feels at selloutvacations.com.
Want fresh quality groceries at Fresco prices? At Fresco, our fresh produce and meat, including halal, are always fresh and affordable, so you don't have to pay more. Take $10 off your bill with only 1,000 always fresh and affordable, so you don't have to pay more. Prices, Take $10 off. See flyer for details.
With Delta Bingo Online, excitement can happen anywhere.
I just won bingo.
Even in this studio. Play bingo and slots at online.deltabingo.com. Terms and conditions apply. 19 plus Ontario only. Play responsibly. For gambling support, visit connectsontario.ca.
Last year when scoring first, the Canadiens were 17-11-5. When they gave up the first goal, they were 14-31-1. The Maple Leafs were 16-14-5 when they surrendered the opening goal, but were 37-6 when they scored first a year ago.
And to be above 500 when giving up the opening goal of the game is a pretty impressive stat.
Canadiens win the faceoff and flip it high to center ice. Played down into the Toronto zone by Caulfield. Along the boards is Brody, getting it up on the wing and out at center ice. And here's Bertuzzi trying to catch up as Matthews rolled it in front for him, but it was knocked away. And then Bertuzzi lost an edge and fell back of the goal. Played up on the right side for Anderson. Josh Anderson with a spinning move and a backhand that went trickling wide on the far side. Then Matthews turns the puck over. Centering pass comes back to the point. Fed back into the corner by David Savard, but the Leafs have control. Up on the wing for Bertuzzi, chipped out at center ice. Matthews outfights his man for the puck, works in over the line, waiting for teammates as it swung around to the far side to Nylander. He returns the favor to find Giordano. Near point, now into the slot. Liljegren couldn't shoot it as he mishandled it. Gives it off to Nylander, curling on his backhand into the slot with a backhand. Then it went high over top of the net. Domi coming off the end boards, trying to come into the slot, goes to Tavares. Back of the net for Domi. Tried to center for Nylander, but it was tipped into the corner. Willie's able to control the puck, but then had it stolen away. And Suzuki will play deep into the Toronto end. 7 shots apiece here in the first period with 5:40 to play, and the Leafs trailing 1-0. Ripped right back down into Montreal territory. Fed along the boards by Jordan Harris. Couldn't get it freed up. Played back behind the goal now by Harris. A good hit there by Gregor, but the Leafs have to come back to center ice to restore the puck, and it bounces there for Tavares, who will play it back into his own zone for Jake McCabe. 9 new players for the Maple Leafs compared to opening night a year ago as Gregor's shot rolls into the goal crease, and Allen finds it and is able to get a glove on it. So with 5:10 to play in the period, it is 1-0 in favor of the Montreal Canadiens. And you're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When news breaks in fantasy football, there's only one place to turn for instant analysis.
Justin Jefferson reportedly headed to injured reserve. That'll keep him out for at least the next 4 games.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
They've got Jordan Addison, obviously, and KJ Osborne. And then that's it. Kirk Cousins takes a big hit. And my guy, Jordan Addison, it's time to put on the big boy pants.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87.
The Point.
I truly believe in 3 years, Jack Hughes will be worth $15 million a year. For $15 million a year, they got Hughes and Hischier locked up together. Those are 2 brilliant contracts. But there isn't a single area where I look at the Devils and think, okay, this is of concern to me. They're locked and loaded.
The Point with Boomer Gordon. Weekdays 1 p.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores.
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
9 new players in the lineup. Bertuzzi, Nyes, Minton, Gregor, and Reeves up front. McCabe, Klingberg, and Liljegren compared to opening night a year ago. And Joseph Wall. Gone, Bunting, Engvall, Kerfoot, Malgin, Ove Kubel, and Aston Reese up front. Muzzin, Hall, and Sandin on the defense, along with Murray in goal. So
Malgin should be back in a couple of weeks, though, shouldn't he?
Yep.
Every time he leaves, they keep taking him back.
Yep. Played around back of the Montreal goal, fed up on the wing. McCabe stepped in there, but didn't get a piece of his man Yellinen, who played it to the Leaf blue line. Now a sliding pass wide into the near corner. McCabe is given a jolt. The puck intercepted. Kovacevic had to go off his skate, and it caroms all the way to center ice. 4.5 minutes to go in the first period. 1-0 Montreal. Another Leaf player blowing a tire there. This time it was Nyes. Nyes gets back on his skates and is able to play it down into the zone. Minton into the corner after it. His mom and dad, Trevor and Chantel, are here, and his grandparents are here to see the young man's first NHL regular season game. He came out, got the treatment for the warm-up where he comes out by himself, and then they sent Nyes out because he'd only played 3 games last year, but he got a real short time out there by himself with Minton. Puck down back of the Montreal goal. Nylander lost his stick. The Canadiens' Gallagher works his way to center, but it was knocked down out of midair there by the Leafs defenseman Liljegren. And now Giordano has it in his own zone. To Liljegren, pass ahead for Marner. Tip down into Montreal territory. Bertuzzi in forechecking. Matthews late getting there. And now it's played out at center ice by Montreal. Canadiens break through center. Suzuki with a shot into the chest of Samsonov, and he's going to cover up on it and hold for a face-off in the Toronto zone. Evans on a breakaway at 3:01. 1-0 Montreal.
Ilya Samsonov had great success in this building in the regular season last year. 19-3-3, 1.98 goals against, and 927 save percentage. That number, most of those numbers, it was about a half goal difference. He gave up more on the road than he did at home. Save percentage overall was .919.
The Leafs were 27-8-6 on home ice a year ago. Canadiens with a wrap around in front, knocked away. Puck is still in the crease area, but it's cleared to the line, but not out. Here's Savard stepping in, and he wired it high and wide. On the far boards, Marner able to get it freed up, and now Bertuzzi will one-hand it ahead, but it bounced over the stick of Matthews. Canadiens with it again. Doc playing it back into his own zone. Savard played it up on the left wing. Montreal into the corner, playing it around back of the Toronto goal, but the Leafs have it there, and Bertuzzi is able to chip it down into the zone. Nylander unable to reach it. Canadiens with a lead pass to Doc at center. Doc mishandled the puck, but the Canadiens are able to break it in again. Here's Slafkovsky with a shot that was steered wide of the net by goaltender Samsonov. Another shot, and Samsonov had to move his shoulder and deflect that, and it ends up going off that shoulder up into the screen and out of play.
I almost wonder if this is going to play out this year, where Joseph Wall is the better goaltender on the road. Remember, we saw that Matt Murray was it was almost like 2 specialty players. One had a great record at home, as we mentioned with Samsonov. He had struggles at times on the road, where Matt Murray was the exact opposite. But for a while, that worked for 82 games.
Canadiens get a shot on goal. It was deflected wide of the net. Now it's Tavares A backhand ahead at center for Nylander. Driving the net was Domi. Couldn't get him the pass. Nylander trying to shield the puck nicely and flips it over to the near side for Klingberg. He'll backhand down into the corner, former Dallas Star. And it's played to center ice, and it is McCabe going back into his own zone. To John Klingberg. A pass ahead, deflected into the zone now by Reeves. Out of the goal, Allen to play into the corner. Tavares knocked it away, centered for Reeves. Oh, a good glove save made there by Allen. Quick shot by Reeves as well. Now here's Tavares in the far corner coming out with it. Top of the circles, a traffic jam in front of the goal, and the puck goes into the far corner. Gregor leaving for Camp. Camp into the corner, now comes out in front. Reeves couldn't get his stick on it. Comes to the point. Shot by Giordano. Ow, that hit Gregor, and he's limping a bit as he tries to shake that off. And the puck has gone off a body and over the glass out of play. Fourth line doing a nice job of getting some traffic in front of the net and a couple of decent chances with 1:12 to go in the period. Still 1-0 Montreal.
And you'd like to see them get rewarded. They were victimized on the goal, the breakaway goal by Jake Evans after TJ Brody fell. That's a tough minus to take. Only one guy's out of position. He's the guy that fell.
Yep.
But they very nearly. But this is exactly what you want from your fourth line. Get pucks deep, run around, throw what you can to the net, and hopefully bang the odd one in.
Use the body. Played down into the Toronto zone. Morgan Riley got it freed up as it comes in front, and now he starts out with it. Look out. He just missed a hit there, but got it ahead. Nyes in. Had it knocked away, and then he was knocked down on the play. Minton in the corner. Minton trying to center as it comes back to the point. Brody doesn't shoot it. Finds Riley, who sends it in front of the net, and a big traffic jam there, but it deflected the wrong way, and now the Canadiens are able to get it out at center. Morgan Riley with 34 seconds left to go in the period. Lost it. Almost stole it back. Now Nyes has it at the blue line. In across the line, just backhanding it deep and heading to the bench for a change. Canadiens looking to take the lead to the dressing room. Savard plays it up on the left wing and gets it out, and off the stick of Monahan. It rolls in on goal. Leafs have it freed up there and chip it ahead. Just 9 seconds left. Marner in across the line, trying to find a man. Here's Nylander with a shot, and it went off a stick wide. He pretty much had that clock ticking in his head and realized how much time there was left as the horn goes to end the first period, and the Canadiens are the only men on the score sheet. Evans on a breakaway.
Now it's expected that Montreal is going to be in tough for making the postseason, but I tell you, pretty impressive period by the Canadiens, as Leafs really did not have many stretches of domination in the offensive zone. Canadiens took advantage of a break, and right now that's the difference in the game.
12-9 shots on goal favor the Canadiens after 20 minutes. Evans with the lone tally, and it is 1-0 Montreal. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hello, my dear. We've been waiting all year to unleash the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories, a howl, and a sneer. Sirius XM Scream, your soundtrack for Halloween, starting Thursday on Channel 107 and on the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
Hall of Fame defenseman Chris Pronger.
You look at rest and recovery now. You know, that whole mindset has shifted tremendously from when I first came to the league in '93. So, you know, there's a lot of pros and cons to everything. But overall, when you look at the skill level of the player and the speed of the game, it's certainly gone to another level.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. He had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best.
Brilliant contracts, but there isn't a single area where I look at the Devils and think, okay, this is of concern to me. They're locked and loaded.
The Point with Boomer Gordon. Weekdays 1 p.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
And it's 1-0 for the Habs after 20 minutes of play over the Toronto Maple Leafs. Evans gets the goal at 3:01 on a miscue, goes in all alone, unassisted, and scores. TSN After 20 is brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke guy.
Yes, Guy.
I don't think the Leafs were singing in the first period, were they?
No, they weren't. Just like you, they're saving their best stuff for the second period, Jimmy.
A little tentative, though.
Little dig at you there.
Yeah, thank you.
We won't mention it. It was a little tentative. It was a little sloppy. It just seemed like at times in that period they were a little unsure of what they want to do with the puck. You can see the schemes. You can see the systems that they want to play, but the execution wasn't there. And you take a look at that power play, it never felt like they settled things down on that power play. Anytime the puck got on someone's stick, they wanted to rush a pass or they wanted to force a pass through a seam that wasn't really there, and they didn't get much going on the power play. And it's one of those things that they're obviously going to need to work on with Klingberg running the power play now. It's a little bit of a different look, but you know, when the puck gets on a star player's stick, you expect them to execute. You expect them to be a certain amount of a threat to the net, and it just felt like that wasn't there on that power play. And we did see it at times at 5-on-5 as well. You know, whether it was away from the puck in their own zone, just a little unorganized in their own zone, a little unsure of how they want to exit the zone. You know, when the Leafs are playing their best hockey, it seems like it's an orchestra. Everyone knows where they're going. They know where the puck is going. There's 5 players. If you watch it on the screen, there's 5 players in your screen at all times. It felt like in that period it was a little spread out, and it just didn't seem like there was enough support and execution.
You know, to your point, they were reading the music, not playing it.
Great. Yes, I like that. And you know what? I think Ryan Reeves did.
Oh, yes, Guy.
He did.
Yeah.
Like, he was reading the music and playing the music in that period. And, you know, we talked about it in the pregame about what kind of impact can Ryan Reeves have and, you know, what kind of reputation does he want to set for himself in this city. I think we know exactly what he's going to be all about. 2 big hits early on in that period, and a guy like Arbor Jacki, who probably doesn't want to fight Ryan Reeves, considering that Reeves is the heavyweight champ. Arbor Jacki is a big, strong guy. He's not afraid of anyone, but he's been dealing with shoulder stuff himself. I'm sure he doesn't want to get into that fight, but he has no choice. Like, Ryan Reeves legitimately gave him no choice because he ran Caden Gooley somewhat from behind, didn't get the penalty on that. Arbor Jacki gets the instigator for dropping his gloves and going right at Ryan Reeves. Give him a lot of credit, but give Reeves a lot of credit because, you know, that's exactly what he's there to do. He's there to hit guys. He's there to be a big presence on the ice, big presence on the bench. I'm sure he's going to be a big presence in the locker room right now, and he did his job in that first period. But, you know, you're looking for a little more from some of the guys that are supposed to lead the way in that period. I'll tell you who was the best forward for the Leafs. You know who I'm going to say? Willie Nylander.
Yes. You were all over him.
He was great.
Yeah.
And so there's one play early on in that period where Willie's going in on a forecheck, and defenseman spins away from him. In the past, that's the old Willie Nylander flyby. I'll catch you in the neutral zone. He jammed on the brakes, and he pursued the puck behind the net. And I'm thinking, okay, that's a different Willie we're seeing this year. There's a little more responsibility there, and he knows what's at stake. Like from an individual point of view, like he knows what
$10 million.
Yeah, he knows what he's playing for. He knows what the team is playing for. So he gets it. But he was the best Leaf in that period by a country mile.
Well, and you had a play where he was up at the blue line, anticipating where that puck was going to go.
That's a good point. So Tavares is down low in the Leaf zone. He's supporting the defenseman, and he makes this really long stretch pass. And both of us didn't even see that Willie had stretched the zone that far. But that's the thing about him that makes me believe he is a winger and not a centerman. Because with one pass, Tavares stretches everything out, and now you're playing offense, and you're in the Montreal Canadiens end. If Willie's playing center, he's not stretching the zone like that because you just can't do it. You need to be back to support your defense. And Willie's stretching things out, and it leads to some offensive zone time, something they didn't have a ton of in that period.
Yeah.
And I know Samsonov lets in the goal on the breakaway, but I thought that he did a good job at times when he was tested with some shots in some good areas, and he held his own in that period. He faced 11 shots, and he made some pretty key saves.
Yeah, so not the best start. I wonder what could happen next.
What to watch in the second period.
The execution needs to be better for the Leafs, Jimmy. Just like how well you executed that throw right there.
That was perfect.
It was brilliant. The Leafs need to execute a little bit better. Some critical areas on the ice, just inside the blue line, at the offensive blue line, at the defensive blue line. We saw a couple turnovers there. Slavkovsky gets a chance, and even at the offensive blue line, just to make sure are you playing the possession game or are you playing the pursuit game, right? And the young players, I thought, like Minton and Nyes, they're recognizing that, and they're keeping their game fairly simple. Like you can see that when Minton has the puck, it's like a chip and chase kind of thing. He's not looking to do too much with it. I thought Matty Nyes should have shot that puck on the 2-on-1 near the end of the period. He's looking to get it over to Morgan Riley. That's one of those ones where there's a little magic in the air on opening night. You can be the guy that gets the first goal of the season. I'm not looking to defer that puck at all. You got to be thinking, shoot, as soon as you hit the blue line, you can think about passing, but when there's something going on tonight, it's opening night, like the kid had a great training camp, you ride that wave, ride that momentum, shoot that puck, but that's part of being a young player and kind of learning the ins and outs of the league and how things work. I thought it was a good showing for Minton and Nyes, and they were part of that where we saw the third line get hemmed in a little bit. They weathered the storm, and off they went the other way. Every line for the Leafs in that period had a little bit of a sloppy shift.
Yeah.
Every line had a shift where they were in the offensive zone. Noah Gregor rings the crossbar on a nice shot from high up in the slot. Very easily could have been 1-1. And for the Leafs, they can play a lot better. So that should be reassuring that, they get out of that period down 1 to a team like Montreal that, they really handed some shifts to. But they can find a way to put this team away.
Well, in the final seconds here, they spent too much time in their own zone, too, didn't they?
They did. And you know what? That's part of the execution, not understanding what's the plan here as far as breaking things out. There was just times where they're a little unsure as far as, what their exit strategy is and executing on that. And that's going to take time. I think historically we see the opening night of the season, there is some sloppy play for both teams, and it's going to be everywhere around the league, and the Leafs are no different, but they have one period in the books. Now they have 2 more to try and win this game, and it's very much attainable. There's plenty of firepower. Just quickly before we go to break, the Matthews-Marner-Bertuzzi line had a shift where Bertuzzi is not even expecting the puck from Marner. That's how slick this guy can be with the puck, and they showed some signs of what they can be.
Habs up 1-0 over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
The Diamond Solitaire is the quintessential engagement ring.
A simple gold band elevates the diamond, profoundly elegant.
That diamond is the symbol of a lifelong commitment.
Right now, a truly fantastic 3/4 carat created diamond solitaire style number 1111 is just $2,399. Michael, tell them about the freedom we give them.
When you buy a Diamond Solitaire from Spence Diamonds, you are free to change the mounting style of your solitaire toward any other style of ring within 1 year of the date of purchase, and we will credit you with the full value of the mounting you trade in, which means you can choose from 154 different styles styles of solitaires.
154 different styles.
You heard the part about the $2,399, didn't you? For 3/4 of a carat for solitaire style 1111?
We want you to be happy.
We want you to live happily ever after.
It's a great time to get engaged.
It's always a great time to get engaged.
Spence. Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
Radio today is iHeartRadio. TSN Radio. All the final scores, MVPs, and #1 podcasts.
You are in the playoffs.
All free and all in one spot with iHeartRadio. The game comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker.
That is
exclusive contests, interviews, commentary.
After all, why put money aside when you could put it to work? Learn more at tangerine.ca/save faster. Tangerine, that's forward banking. Some conditions apply. Promotional interest is calculated daily.
Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
The secret to my super strength? A mega calorie diet. And my super strong muscles are exactly what Ann and Kate needed. They wanted a backyard with a tiki bar. You know the vibes. They were approved for a home renovation loan. And I got these powerful hands dirty. Their backyard is now glorious.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
It's hard to make time for everything on your to-do list, especially at this time of year. But blood and plasma donors are essential to helping meet patients' needs. We're asking you to add a donation to your to-do list.
Because our communities depend on it.
Because it's critical to my son's treatment.
Because you might need it in an emergency.
Make donating a life-saving habit. For patients and the people who love them, you'll make all the difference. Visit blood.ca to book a donation appointment at a Canadian Blood Services location near you.
The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next dream Toyota at Maple Toyota and check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory. Arriving daily. Guy, I think it's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have. Chicago's in Boston, although it's reverse sweater night there because the Bruins are celebrating 100 years in the NHL. Chicago and Boston tied at 1. Bedard has the goal for the Hawks. Elsewhere, Senators 1-0 over the Hurricanes after 20 minutes of play. And the rest later on tonight, Jets in Calgary, Habs in LA against the Kings, and the Oilers visiting the Vancouver Canucks. In our game, it is 1-0 for the Habs over the Leafs after 20 minutes of play. And some other news from the Buffalo Sabres. They have signed their young defenseman Owen Power to a new 7-year contract that averages $8.35. That's what's going on across the NHL. The second period is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
You know, it's a great culture up there in New England. We've had a great culture for a long time, as long as I was a part of it. You know, it's tough to see teams lose, and I think you realize the competitiveness of the NFL. It's a very difficult league to win. And when you do win, you need to appreciate it because it's a hard thing to do.
Listen now to the extended version of Let's Go, exclusively on the SiriusXM app, included with all our trials and popular plans. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. In case you missed it on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it. There's a chance. Reno Caulfield shoots and scores.
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Jake Evans has the only goal of the hockey game, and it is 1-0 in favor of the Montreal Canadiens after a period.
Now, as much as we talk about Ryan Reeves and you like the physical play and the fact that he'll drop the gloves, from a Montreal standpoint, you love that from Arbor Jacki as well. He does take a 2-minute minor, puts them short as he gets the instigating penalty at 5 and 10 minutes. He's in the penalty box now to serve the rest of it. But I think if you're Marty St. Louis, you're saying that's the response we kind of like. And if you're going to do it, especially do it the first period of the first game of the season.
Leafs to the left and the Canadiens to the right. And the puck is dropped and we're underway. Canadiens play it ahead. Caulfield tips it down into the zone. Anderson, who has been a thorn in the side of the Maple Leafs, gets it, loses it. Now Bertuzzi works down in over the line, trying to play it off to Matthews. Back for Bertuzzi, and the pass was intercepted by Caulfield. Bertuzzi then steals it right back. He's in across the line, and he tried to find Matthews, and that pass was intercepted. Played by the Canadiens back into Toronto territory. Klingberg ringing it around the boards for Brody. Chatham native TJ Brody with a pass back to Klingberg in on the right side. A pass into the skates of the Leaf intended receiver in Tavares. He swings it around to Domi in the left wing corner. Tavares after it again. Couldn't get it in front. Klingberg has pinched down into the near corner. That's drawn a crowd in there. The puck squirts free to the left wing side, and then it's McCabe pinching now for Toronto as it's pushed out at center ice, and the Canadiens have a 2-on-1 break in over the line with a pass back, and they score. Alex Newhook finishes the job, and the Canadiens, on a couple of glaring mistakes, have taken a 2-0 lead here early in the second period. First, the blown tire by Brody in the first, and now two defensemen pinching, albeit almost at the same time.
Now is the turnover right at the top of the right wing circle. And the Canadiens take off in numbers, and it's actually Slafkovsky, Joe, that makes the great pass. He takes the pass going to the front of the net on the forehand, and then quickly goes forehand, backhand pass across the top of the crease to Newhook. And the former Colorado Avalanche has Montreal up 2-0.
Played out into the center ice area. Liljegren couldn't come up with it. Leafs back after it. And Reeves will play it off the boards and down into Montreal territory. Camp got to it. Was able to free it up around back of the net. Noah Gregor gets it back to David Camp. Reeves working to the front of the goal, trying to get some positioning, and the shot got through, and it is swallowed up there by goaltender Jake Allen and held for a face-off. Ty Domi is playing his first game as a Leaf in the rink. Of course, that Ty played for parts of 12 seasons for the Maple Leafs. It's the 9th father-son duo to play for the Leafs. Nick and Mike Foligno, Mason and Brian Marchment, John and Barry Cullen, Paul and Cal Gardner, Trevor and Bill Johansson, Tracy and Babe Pratt, Terry and King Clancy, Pete and Charlie Conacher.
You said Ty Domi, it's Max.
Did I say Ty?
Yeah. How long?
That's the first game. No, I'm pretty proud of myself. I got through the first period.
I was going to say, we should keep a tab on the year, how often we say it.
Played out into the center ice area by Montreal. Doc is getting the additional assist.
I might even throw in Dash Domi, Ty's brother, Max's uncle, a few times this year.
Played around the boards to the near side. Nyes frees it up for McCabe across the line, off Minton into the Montreal zone. Nyes playing it around back of the net. Yarncrook unable to get to it. Pinching was Riley. Nyes with the puck in the far corner. Matthew Nyes to the blue line to Riley. Off the pinch came one of the Leaf forwards, and David Camp with the Canadiens are able to intercept, and they'll play it down into the Toronto end. Brody for Minton. Minton has it turned over. Canadian Suzuki onto the right wing side. A shot! Oh, and a big save made by Samsonov off Josh Anderson. And a penalty coming.
I think Minton may be getting his first penalty in the National Hockey League. No,
he's not going. It's Montreal, I think.
Wow, I thought Minton might have been called for interference in the high slot after Samsonov came up with a big save.
And it is the captain of the Canadiens and one of their best penalty killers, Suzuki, I think, for maybe high sticking.
Well, it's a hook, and I think the Leafs get a break on this. It really looks like just briefly the blade of his stick gets caught into the hands of David Camp.
2:51 the time of the penalty. Power play brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. Draw to the right of Jake Allen, who has faced 10 Toronto shots and not given up a goal. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot of people in this building wondering what the new goal song is.
Let's hope we don't have to wait 2 or 3 weeks.
No. Here's Matthews coming out of the net corner, and a centering pass was blocked before it got to its intended receiver. Klingberg has to go back to center to Nylander. He circles to the line and in. Nylander in with a shot, and that's off a stick and up into the screen in behind Jake Allen.
Well, power play didn't generate a whole lot in the opening period. And they're still waiting here. Obviously, last year the Leafs had success. Second best power play in the National Hockey League behind just the Edmonton Oilers. I tell you, watching that Tampa power play again last night with Nick Paul in front of the net.
Yeah, they've got all of the components, don't they?
They might be able to score their way out of losing Vasilevsky for a couple of months.
Marner off a skate to center to Nylander. Nice move to gain the zone. Off on the wing. It comes back to the blue line and tipped by the Canadiens to center. Klingberg back into the slot area. Ahead it goes to Tavares, left wing. Stops at the half boards because he slipped and fell. Now is able to play it around back of the net for Nylander. Willie works into the near corner and pulls up. Works back behind the net. Into the far corner to Marner. Back to the blue line to Klingberg. Klingberg into the corner for Matthews. Near half boards. Works it down low again. Here's Tavares coming out. Took a shot. Good blocking arm save made by Allen. Klingberg with the puck at the blue line. Near side Matthews. Centering pass. And the power play is really out of sync, and now here the Canadiens in again with a chance. Harvey Pinard, and he centered it in front for Mike Matheson. That didn't work, and then a lead pass for Nylander was just out of his reach, or he had a breakaway. Leafs back in. Marner, rink wide. Shot by Bertuzzi is swallowed up by Allen with 9 seconds left on the power play. And the Leafs power play is just that half bit out of sync.
They seem to be making a lot of high-risk passes, trying to force the puck through the seam. A lot of passes being picked off or redirected. And the Leafs very nearly give up a short-handed goal, which might have sent this building into a different vibe. Already down 2-0 here in the second period.
Played down into the Toronto zone. The penalty expires. Liljegren around back of the net. Slides out at center. Left wing feed for Domi. Max Domi sends it down into the corner. Got a good hit in there on Kovacevic. And the Canadiens play it out at center ice. 2-0 Montreal. Tipped with a high stick. And that goes to a Canadiens player. And whistled down for that infraction. The face-off coming deeper into Montreal territory.
Well, we certainly remember his first opening night by Austin Matthews in 6 previous season openers has combined for 9 goals, which is pretty impressive. Among active players, Alex Ovechkin has 13 season opening goals, or in the season opener, but that's over 18 games of his career.
Shot deflected wide by Allen. Leafs get it back to the point, but a penalty for hooking is coming to Toronto. And is it Ryan Reeves?
No, it might be David Kampf again.
Yep.
Well, they're consistent anyway, whether you like it. I wasn't a big fan of the call on Suzuki a little earlier. And this was David Kampf. I would put on a scale of 1 to 10, maybe a 2. And I thought the Montreal player did a pretty good job of clamping onto that stick. That was gooey. And holding on to it to make sure the referee counted as a hook, and the Canadiens could really take a stranglehold in this game with a power play goal here.
Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commissions on stocks. Leafs win the draw. Giordano quickly around back of his goal, snaps it out and down the ice. Camp for hooking at 5:18.
For hooking at 5:18.
Canadiens dropping it back and coming through the neutral zone is Suzuki. Works in across the line. Backhands it around the boards to the far corner. Trapped over there by Doc. Got it back to the blue line. Matheson pulls back to Doc. Doc looks back of the net. Gets it down low. Centering pass. Oh, they score! Cole Caulfield coming off. And as Brody tried to block the pass right at the net, it got by him, and Caulfield has done what you suggested, Mr. Ralph. Put this game in a lot of trouble.
Ilya Samsonov moving from his left to his right. The pass comes from his left below the goal line, diagonally towards the right wing circle. Samsonov seemed to stumble as he came across, and Caulfield, who had 26 goals last season and missed most of it with an injury, coming into this year in his last 82 regular season games, Caulfield had 47 goals. So
now,
you put that on a full season.
The coach's challenge for offside.
Well,
all right.
And this is what we saw last night. The Blackhawks last night.
This was, but
Chicago got nailed last night on
speaking
an
of
offside
which,
challenge.
Connor Bedard has scored his first NHL goal in Boston tonight.
We're looking. I don't right here. It doesn't look close.
No, the player is on the line. It was Monahan straddling the line. Did he lift his?
Wow, that was different.
Before. Yeah.
We might have seen the wrong replay on that. We'll see, but the Leafs have got a pretty good success rate with challenges. Thanks to Jordan Bean and his video crew.
Who's a dad?
Yes.
Our
the lovely Nicole.
Our former traveling partner and videographer.
Oh, wait a minute. This is from a different angle.
Oh, yes, it's the other winger on the left wing.
That's
Caulfield. Yes.
Left wing side. The Leafs, I think, may dodge a bullet here.
Yep. Well, here's the announcement.
14:10 to go here in the second period.
After video review, it's determined the play was offside.
All right, the clock will go back to 14:25. It's at 14:10. That would have been the time of the goal by Caulfield.
Well, Jordan Bean, well done, buddy. That's quick work.
Yeah.
That is quick work, and it's a reverse angle from what you're watching at home, right?
Yeah.
Because it was, you got to have, you got to look like Marty Feldman. Your eyes are looking in 15 directions and 18 different
the
monitors.
thing is, you got to make sure you get the right angle that's going to back up.
Yep, and do it in a hurry.
Challenge.
Well, the damage undone, but the damage is still on the board. 2-0 Montreal, and 1:43 to go in this power play. Leafs win the draw. and it is feathered out at center ice by Giordano, and then played back into the zone, and now Brody will launch it high. Oh my, he had Marner breaking, and instead set it too high out and down the ice. Now Marner has stolen the puck, and Matthews has it. Matthews back into his own zone to Giordano. Marner is way up on the wing and just missed it, as a pass from Brody was just out of his reach.
That could have set up an odd man rush with Austin Matthews.
Here are the Canadiens coming through the neutral zone. In on the right side, and that looked close to being offside, and a centering pass comes back to Caulfield, and his shot went wide, and the Leafs are going to pound it off the boards and get it out and down the ice. So a huge break for the Maple Leafs. Now can they take advantage of it? And the first little bit of enthusiasm from this crowd that I have been critical of, cleared to the line and not out initially. Nyes fighting for it, did get it out. Delayed offside, and a lead pass just out of the reach of Matthew Nyes. Nyes after the puck in the far corner, but Anderson plays it away. A dozen seconds left in the power play for Montreal. The drop pass brought on by Anderson, and down into the zone it goes against McCabe. Taken to the boards heavily, and the Leafs turn the puck over, and they'll get it out at center for Yarncrook. Yarncrook knifes it in over the line for David Camp, who's out of the penalty box. Nylander after the puck in the corner. Camp supporting the puck into the near corner away from that scrum. Canadians get to it first and trying to play it along the boards. It comes out past its intended receiver, Harvey Bernard. Now the Leafs bring it right back in again. Gregor, a shot, scores! Noah Gregor! And here's the new song! How you doing?
Don't know it.
Well, Noah Gregor has got this crowd on its feet for the first time tonight.
I tell you, the Leafs were lucky that Willie Nylander was just off the ice when Gregor jumped on, or the Leafs would have been in trouble with too many men on the ice. Instead, they get the big kill, the big pass, and Noah Gregor, who signed a contract on Monday, is showing up in a professional tryout as the Leafs' first goal of the season, 2-1 Montreal. Pursuit of Happiness. That's the name of the song.
I like a little Pursuit of Happiness.
Yeah, then maybe you can tell me who the artist is.
Well, we're working on that. Played down into the corner, and the Canadiens start out with it. Now, all of this, the players had to agree on it. I mean, this is bigger than maybe building a whole new arena. I mean, there's been so much talk about the old goal song, and then, I mean, then somebody had the idea, we should have one for each player.
That was mine. It's like a walk-up song for baseball.
Well, then you got to scramble in front of the net. We have no idea who scores. What do we do, play all the music?
No, we'll know when they play the music.
You know what? We're going to put you in. You are going to be Mr. Music Man then. You're going to need more fingers and toes than you have.
Or a song I've actually heard before. we may not be the experts on.
No, we're not. We are not the experts. I was lobbying for the Clancy brothers and Tommy Makem a little Irish jig, but it got voted down. Early, I might add. Klingberg starts out of his own zone to the left wing side for Jake McCabe. McCabe with a long shoot in. 2-1 now. Leafs trailing by a goal, and a huge turn of events when the Canadiens did not score on the power play because of a challenge for offside. And now, let's see if this goes to the Leafs' hands and legs. Noah Gregor with the first goal. Here's Tavares swinging in over the line, is hauled down. No penalty, and the crowd upset by that. Tavares in the corner. Got it back to Nylander at the blue line. Into the slot, a shot. Nylander with a rebound. And he couldn't come up with it, and the Canadiens will break it out. Gallagher to center. He'll flip it in. Giordano chips it along the boards, and on the near side is defense partner Liljegren. Got it to center ice. Nylander comes away with it, skates to the line, but can't get it in. But it's quickly brought in by Max Domi. Domi into the corner, just rolls it in there. Back along the boards, Domi got a piece of it, but Kirby Dach has got the puck to center ice for Montreal. In on the right wing, flipped into the corner. Now back in the net for Dach. That comes free. Yarncrook to center, rolls it in, and Minton is into the rush. Minton comes out of the scrum, got it back for Yarncrook. Yarncrook was taken to the boards efficiently. Klingberg thought of pinching, but is able to keep the puck in to Morgan Rielly on the left wing. Played around back of the Montreal goal. Tried up on the wing, and there's Rielly pinching again. Got it around into the near corner, but the Canadiens have Mike Matheson controlling the puck. We're halfway through tonight. Glad you're along with us. 2-1 Montreal, 9:20 to play, second period. Canadiens get the puck in over the line. Slafkovsky, a centering pass. Oh, that was deflected just wide of the net on a good feed, and Harvey Pinard couldn't tap it home. Leafs play it to an open wing, but Nyes is here. Nyes got away from one check. Decides to play it back. He's trying to head to the bench for a change. And Klingberg will stretch things out with defense partner McCabe. Klingberg right back behind his own goal now. Camp, Gregor, and Reeves on for Toronto. Reeves across the line. Rink-wide pass, closing in with a shot. Good pat save. Rebound in front of the goal, knocked away. Allen made a good blocking save there on Camp. Flipped high to center ice by Montreal. And launched now down into the Toronto zone. Gregor against the boards was taken down. Puck to the far side for Anderson. Anderson slides by. Anderson back to the point. Kirby Dach to the far side. No shot yet. It comes in front, and that was Caulfield getting the shot away, but it was deflected wide and now shot down into the Montreal end. And an icing call here will keep the Leafs fourth. No, it's sort of a makeshift line. Matthews did get on, and don't believe Marner is on yet.
Even on the goal that was scored by Noah Gregor, it's a fourth line, so he was the one that passed the puck back to TJ Brody in the first period. Brody fell, which resulted in the opening goal of the game. So at least he gets one back there, but it was David Camp on the ice with Kelly Ehrencroft. So Reeves and...
Here are the Canadiens at the point. A shot! That deflected right in front of Samsonov. It went wide. Gregor getting it elevated through neutral ice to allow the remainder of the change. Kovacevic, Canadiens defenseman up on the right wing. Works into the right wing corner in the Leaf zone. His centering pass went off a skate high to the near board, stolen by Marner. Marner through center on the right wing. Cuts to the middle. Dishes off! And a quick shot by Bertuzzi was stopped nicely by Jake Allen. Now Bertuzzi comes up with a loose puck. Behind the back pass, a shot by Matthews was blocked before it reached the goal. And it comes back to center ice. Bertuzzi. A rink-wide pass from an angle to the slot. Shot whistled wide by Morgan Rielly. Set up nicely from the corner by Marner. Bertuzzi seems to be settling in, doesn't he?
Yeah, everybody seems to have found a comfort zone, starting to create a lot more in the Montreal zone.
Played down into the corner in the Toronto end. Newhook comes out of the corner. Newhook got it to the blue line, and it was out before being brought in offside. With 6.5 minutes to play in the second period. The Leafs are on the board, but they trail 2-1. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Oh my gosh. Girl, you better tell me. I just got the best deal from Sellout Vacations at Amelia Resort in Cuba. My jaw literally hit the floor. A 4-star resort for over 30% off. What? 30% off? I couldn't hit book now fast enough. Cuba, here we come. With deals so good, you'll feel it. Find your vacation deals with feels at
SelloutVacations.com.
Cold sores, pink eye, acne, minor ailments can be a pain, but Shoppers Pharmacists can help with that. And now, even more. Book an appointment at shoppersdrugmart.ca/minor illness or visit us in store. Prescriptions only available at pharmacist discretion.
This is an important message from Canadian Blood Services. Our national blood supply is at very low levels. Hospitals are conserving the use of certain blood types, but patient needs are outpacing donations. We need your help now to avoid negative impacts to patient care. If you are able, please donate blood today by booking an appointment at blood.ca or use the Give Blood app. You can make all the difference.
a soothing favorite warms up the crispiest fall days. Naturally smooth and creamy, Farm Boy Butternut Squash Soup. Like all 20 Farm Boy fresh soups, it's made from scratch right in our own kitchen. Celebrate fall around the harvest table at Farm Boy.
Six and a half minutes to play in the period. And Klingberg has gotten his first point as a Maple Leaf.
Morgan Riley, by the way, has kind of a unique little streak going. He has a point in 7 straight season opening games. I wonder if a lot of these stats, the players that even have any clue. Right? I think somebody said, Morgan, you got that big point streak going on opening night. You think he'd have a clue what you were talking
Probably
about?
Not until after the fact when someone, do you know what you did tonight? Yeah. Leafs get it down into the offensive zone. Domi was unable to reach it. Klingberg is able to pinch but can't keep it in. Canadians get it to center and across the line. Doc working into the corner. Had it knocked off his stick. Tavares is knocked down. The puck came in front of the net. Domi is able to get it out. And then Domi was taken down in a penalty coming to Montreal.
Boy, another offensive zone penalty. Both teams have been guilty of this. Right after it looks like the Canadians are going to get a scoring opportunity, it's turned over. And is it Alex Newhook?
13:57, the time of the penalty. What always astounds me is the referee from the middle of the rink calls it. The guy who's standing right there didn't, and maybe the guy right there was probably right.
Now looking at the replay, I'm thinking the guy closest. The non-call might have been the right one. That's a huge break for the Leafs.
Well, we'll see if they can take advantage of it.
I mean, this was just a slight tap across the right thigh of Max Domi, but because he went down, he gets the call.
And he probably was going down just in an effort to get the puck out.
Yeah.
Here are the Leafs in across the line. Matthews couldn't get through. Nylander on the wing. Tavares unable to keep it in. Canadians get it to the Leaf blue line and down into the Toronto zone. Leafs to go back to organize. Tavares starts out. He's going to wheel his way to the line and in. Tavares into the left wing half boards. Works back to the blue line to Matthews. Into the slot. Nylander off the post. He rang it off the far iron. Marner centering pass to Leaf. Matthews scores! Holy mackerel, what a shot! Austin Matthews ties the game at 2.
Mitch Marner dances out of the far corner, is looking for Tavares in front. It goes off his skate, and I'm not sure if it was Tavares with a Montreal defenseman, but it ricochets right onto the stick of Austin Matthews, who's in the right wing circle. And as Jake Allen does the two-pad slide to try to get over, Matthews buries it upstairs. And the Leafs have come back from a 2-0 deficit to tie the game.
8th goal that Austin Matthews has scored on Jake Allen since the 2021 season, which leads all NHL players. Willie Nylander has 6, Connor McDavid, Paul Stastny 5 each. Oh yeah, John Klingberg has 4. So it is a 2-2 tie. Brody gets it ahead, and on the right side comes Ryan Reeves, darting in with a shot off the side of the goal. Barges back of the net to play it around back to the blue line. Brody banks it back into the corner. Camp tips it into the far boards. Good hit by Noah Gregor. He has the puck in the corner. Gregor now trying to work the end boards. Being squeezed off the disc. Got it into the corner for Camp. Camp against the wall. Can't keep it in. And the Canadiens get it into the center ice area. Here's Camp. Off the bench comes Minton into the corner. Got it around into the near corner, but no one can come up with it. And Caulfield starts it back at center for Montreal, only to be broken up there by the veteran, and that is Mark Giordano. Canadiens have launched it high down into the Toronto end. Liljegren back, quickly got it up on the wing. Yarncrook across the line, into the left wing side. A shot by Minton was tipped over top of the goal. Great feed by Matthew Nyes to the rookie. Should say the 2 rookies. Canadiens get it back into the Toronto end. A centering pass is intercepted by the Leafs. Now on the near boards, Liljegren takes his man down. Puck is in the legs of the fallen player Newhook, who's back on his skates. 3:16 left in the period, tied at 2s. Puck still in the Toronto zone. Trying to come out with it as it rolls to the side of the net. It'll be covered up by Ilya Samsonov. And play whistle down. Marner and Tavares get the helpers on Austin Matthews' first of the year. And we are tied at a pair. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What it is. Connect with the R&B and hip-hop that's hot now.
Slamming you out.
Discover who's next.
I see you.
And stay up on the culture.
Cause Drake don't know how to kiss and not tell.
On the Heat.
Girl, your BD is a 0. My back shot sound like bongo.
Channel 46 and on the Sirius XM app. Included in all trials and popular plans.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from
Kluller and 120 behind Matt Sundin.
He does like the openers, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Boy, you know what? People ask, what was the most memorable game you've called? I mean, that's got to be right there. Eh?
4-goal, yeah.
And it was a loss. Here's Matthews to center. Left wing side closing now and pass to Marner. Oh, and a sliding save made by Allen. I don't know. You got a guy who scored 300. I'd shoot it from there.
The thought was you get it over quick enough and away quick enough. Marner's got an empty net instead of beating a goaltender, but you're right in hindsight. Do one of those crossbar and in shots, Austin.
Yeah, right off the bar and down. Near side, Savard. 2:22 to go in the second. 2-2 is our score. Canadians getting a change in. The Tavares line is out there. Brought on the left wing by Jordan Harris. Turned over. Nylander across the line. Drops for Domi. Rolled it in front of the goal. And Tavares took a swipe at it, and now Allen is trying to find it. It's centered in front of shot. Allen, a big save off Nylander. Hammered off the boards and out and down the ice. But it won't go for icing as Brody has to hustle back for it. Now he's run into a traffic jam and a penalty coming to Montreal. Morgan Riley up ahead for Tavares. Drop for Domi. Domi across the line. Still with it. Drops it off. Near side Nylander. Nylander curling with 1.5 minutes to go in the period. Back to the blue line. Nylander closes with a shot. Pad save. Rebound. Knocked high in the air but touched by a Canadian. And with 1:22 to go in the period, the Leafs are going to go to their 4th power play opportunity. And it'll be brought to you by your Ontario Subaru dealers. Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke. Back with the power play. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leaf Radio Network.
The wheels on the bus go.
Do more in a reliable Subaru, they said. Enjoy more time together to go more places with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, they said. More award-winning safety for more peace of mind, but to listen to one song over and over again with fantastic acoustics. I love you, family, but the singing, nobody warned me about the singing.
Hurry to your local Subaru dealer and get more out of every kilometer this fall, including more karaoke.
Radio today is iHeartRadio. TSN Radio. All the final scores, MVPs, and #1 podcasts. You are in the playoffs. All free and all in one spot with iHeartRadio. The game comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. That is exclusive contests, interviews, commentary, and so much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today.
Ontario has never invested more in student success. We're hiring thousands of new educators to work alongside some of the best paid teachers in Canada, right here in Ontario. We're investing in new reading and math supports and spending billions to upgrade and build state-of-the-art schools. Students are back in classrooms with their friends where they belong, so they learn the skills they need now for the jobs of the future. Learn more at ontario.ca/investing in students. Paid for by the Government of Ontario.
Leafs to the power play. Intermission will dissect this if they don't score in the next 1:22. But you do know you're going to get the first group on for the entire 2 minutes.
I'll tell you something else. The Leafs come back to win this. Jordan Bean might be the first tire because that has been the turning point. Montreal goes up 3-0. The Leafs had nothing going on at that point. They got the break, finished the penalty kill, and have really come back to start to take over this game. 23-13 the shots. But still deadlocked at 2 now with the Canadiens.
Cleared into the corner. 3 Leafs there trying to pry it free. And it does come free to Tavares, who centers in front of the net for Marner. A shot. That was deflected wide. Tavares in the corner. Back to Matthews near the point. Cross ice feed. Marner with a pass down low. Nylander trying to chip it in front of him. Back to the blue line. Klingberg to Matthews. Back to Klingberg. Klingberg holds, doesn't shoot it. Off to the near half boards. It comes in front to Marner. Down low. Comes in front now, and Nylander didn't shoot it. Here's Klingberg to Willie. Scores! That was a bullet. And the Leaf power play has given them the lead.
Couple of penalties taken in the offensive zone by the Canadiens comes back to haunt them, as the Leafs have woken up here in the second period. First, fourth liner, Noah Gregor made it 2-1. Then Matthews, now Nylander with power play goals to have the Leafs with their first lead of the season. And I mean, it really has been a turnaround, hasn't it?
Oh.
And very similar to the games we saw last night. Tampa had their struggles against Nashville after a good start.
Nylander,
Pittsburgh blew the 2-0 lead. And now the Leafs have woken up, but it took them a while.
Nylander had 9 power play goals a year ago. Matthews had 13. Both of them score here with a man advantage and lead 3-2. Canadiens at the point. A shot doesn't make it through. Grabbed off by David Camp along the boards, but they don't get it out. At the blue line, kept in by Jackeye. Got it into the corner. And the horn will end a huge second period for the Maple Leafs. But absolute kudos goes to assistant coach, the video guy, and Jordan Bean, who comes up smelling like roses after this.
Well, I mean, it's the right call. And the first 3 or 4 views we got of it, it did not look like the Canadiens were offside until you find that other camera, which was more mounted towards the Montreal Canadiens bench to catch it. So the Leafs dodged the bullet, not going down 3-0. And then right after that, Gregor scores at 7:46, and that really seemed to go right to the legs of the Maple Leaf players who take a 3-2 lead into the third.
Looking for more from the D as far as offense.
For at least the next 4 games.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
They've got Jordan Addison, obviously, and KJ Osborne. And then that's it. Kirk Cousins takes a big hit. And my guy, Jordan Addison, it's time to put on the big boy pants.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. Channel 87.
NHL Morning Skate.
Hall of Fame defenseman Chris Pronger.
You look at rest and recovery now, you know, that whole mindset has shifted tremendously from when I first came to the league in 93. So, you know, there's a lot of pros and cons to everything. But overall, when you look at the skill level of the player and the speed of the game, it's certainly gone to another level.
NHL Morning Skate
With Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick.
Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern
On NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91,
And the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play.
Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern.
On NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Hey, wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The Point.
I truly believe in 3 years, Jack Hughes will be worth $15 million a year. For $15 million a year, they got Hughes and Hischier locked up together. Those are 2 brilliant contracts. But there isn't a single area where I look at the Devils and think, okay, this is of concern to me. They're locked and loaded.
The Point with Boomer Gordon. Weekdays 1 p.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on Sirius XM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter.
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Live from Scotiabank Arena, you're listening to The Intermission Show on the Leafs Radio Network.
Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey is on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Yarncrook knifes it in over the line for David Camp, who's out of the penalty box. Nylander after the puck in the corner. Camp supporting. The puck into the near corner away from that scrum. Canadians get to it first. And trying to play it along the boards. It comes out past its intended receiver, Harvey Pinard. Now the Leafs bring it right back in again. Gregor Rochette scores! Noah Gregor! And here's the new song! Marner centering pass. Tilly Matthews scores! Holy mackerel! What a shot! Here's Klingberg to Willie! Scores! That was a bullet!
Oh, yes, it was, Guy. 3-2 for the Leafs over the Habs after 40 minutes of play. TSN after 40. Delivered by 241 Pizza. Right now, get 2 medium pizzas, 4 toppings combined for just $20.99. Visit 241pizza.com. Well, the power play spoke up loud and clear.
It did, and the Leafs got going as that period got going, but it wasn't a great start to the second period. Alex Newhook scores 1:10 in on a defensive breakdown by the Leafs that starts in the offensive zone. Defenseman pinches in. Forward who's covering for him pinches in. Leads to a 2-on-1, or actually a 3-on-2 that eventually turns into a 2-on-1, and Alex Newhook buries it. But there's a certain moment where the momentum starts to shift for the Leafs in that period. And Cole Caulfield gets what we think is a power play goal for the Montreal Canadiens. And, of course, Sheldon Keefe challenges it from the bench. You have to give a lot of credit to the video coaches, because they're the guys on every single entry. They're down there in that room stopping it, pausing it, and if they see something, they're paging into the bench right away saying, hey, you need to challenge that. That was offside. So really smart play by all those guys, and then that leads to the Noah Gregor goal. And yes, Jimmy, we heard the new goal song. Before we go any further, what do you think? Is it air guitar worthy? Yes guy, no guy?
I don't know if I'd air guitar to that song, but it's a welcome relief to the tired music we had in the past.
I like it. I'm a big fan of it. It's got good energy. It gets right into it. Pitter patter, let's get at her. And Noah Gregor made it happen. He's jumping right off the bench, and the Montreal Canadiens D doesn't catch him because it's in the corner of his eye. He sees one player going off the bench. His gap wasn't great, and that's a great shot from Noah Gregor, and that's exactly what he's going to give you. He's going to shoot the puck every chance he possibly can. We saw it in the first period where he rang the crossbar. That time he makes no mistake. It's post to post and in. Really nice. And then the power play, of course, takes over.
As it should.
Exactly, right? Like the first period, power play wasn't great. They weren't on the same page. The execution wasn't there. And even at times early on in that second period, you're thinking, okay, it's not quite on right now. But eventually they figured it out. And Austin Matthews gets a nice goal. Like, he's on pace for 82. Carlo and I were talking about this morning. How many you think Austin Matthews is going to get this year? Carlo said closer to 40. I said 50 minimum. Regardless, Nylander has a nice opportunity. He hits the crossbar. And eventually Matthews gets his, and then Nylander gets rewarded. He's been the best player on the ice for both teams, and finally he gets rewarded with a nice one-timer. And we're starting to see how Klingberg likes to run his power play. I don't think he's fully comfortable yet. I think there's still a little bit of a transition there for John Klingberg playing the top on this power play. And there were times there where he's working it back and forth with Willie, but he's not on his one-timer side because Willie's to the left of him, so he can't get the one-timer. The more he works it off the other side, his one-timer side, the more we're going to see the benefit of having a right-handed shot and John Klingberg on the top of that power play. But hard to complain when your power play gets you 2 big goals, and now you have a 3-2 lead. And let's be honest, the power play was great. That got them a lot of momentum. As soon as the goal got switched back from Caulfield to a no goal, it was all Leafs in that period.
It certainly was. You're talking about Nylander, still the best Leaf on the ice, no question about that. Other players, I saw Minton do this, and I saw Nyes do this. Little things that contribute to keeping a play alive or, defensive play.
Well, and that's what those young guys have going for them. It's the fact that they do some little things. I'm not going to call them intangibles, but they are tangible. It's just things that coaches like to see, pro habits. When you do you miss a check? Do you stop on it? Do you get above the puck? Do you take 3 hard strides whenever the puck's going the other way? And those guys are doing that kind of stuff. I'm watching Minton, and I'm thinking, okay, is there going to be a little bit of a loose coverage here, or are you going to miss this positionally sound play? And he doesn't. It seems like more often than not, he's in the right spot, and it doesn't seem like he's overthinking things either, which is good for him. And Matthew Nyes and Fraser Minton just missed on a 3-on-2 opportunity where the puck got spread across the ice to Matthew Nyes. He tries to go back against the seam and hits the backhand of Fraser Minton, but he sends it over the net. So for both those guys, a nice piece of work tonight, and we've seen them put in some spots where they've done well.
Yeah, so 3-2 for the Leafs. I wonder what could happen next.
What to watch in the third period.
A lot more of the same. The execution needs to be there for the Leafs, right? Exiting the zone. I thought they did a much better job in that period of having a plan, knowing how they want to exit. And the thing that the Leafs have going for them against this Habs team is that when they move their feet and they protect the puck, they're going to draw penalties, and they did that in that period, and obviously the power play went to work. But, we're kind of seeing where Montreal is at right now. They're a young team. They don't have a ton of high-end dynamic talent. They have some good young players, and the Maple Leafs are a team poised to make a run for the Stanley Cup here if everything goes well. So, with a 3-2 lead going into the third period, Montreal hasn't been able to muster up much, only 13 shots in that period. And the Leafs were dominating as far as high-danger chances and chances for. And it's not by surprise because, as soon as the Caulfield goal got called back, it was all Leafs. And, it just seemed like they were 5-man units up and down the ice. And Ilya Samsonov made a couple saves when he was asked, but he wasn't a very busy period for him.
No, he only had 2 shots and stopped one of them. He's only had 13 saves to make, right? And he stopped 11. So they're doing their job in front of him. Just a quick thought here. I mean, the reps are paying off here, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. And listen, it's a process for everybody. Everyone who's coming back for another season, everyone's trying to get acclimated to, some minor adjustments as far as the team structure and how they want to play. Everyone's getting their reps in, but for the young guys, most importantly, and they've done a really good job. And, there's a lot of nerves on night one, first NHL game, and they've handled it quite well, these young guys.
This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Callum.
Yes, Michael.
Let's talk about diamonds.
Okay.
What is the difference between a natural diamond and a created diamond?
2 things.
Where's Sarah? Right about now is when she usually pops in with something to say.
She's taken a few weeks off to travel.
Oh, okay. So tell me about the 2 things.
The first difference is that you get a much bigger created diamond for your budget.
And the second thing?
Natural diamonds were created by nature, deep in the heart of the earth. Artisan created diamonds are born in the fiery heart of a plasma chamber.
What is plasma?
A bolt of lightning is made of plasma, and the sun is made of plasma. It creates an environment where diamonds can form just like they did when the earth was born.
But why do you get a bigger created diamond for your budget?
They made too many, too quickly, so right now we have a temporary oversupply, and the prices are at an all-time low.
But we sell both kinds, right?
Michael, we sell every kind of diamond there is.
Spence. Wow! Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga.
If we've learned anything these past few years, it's the importance of maintaining a healthy immune system. Many are wondering if they can do more to strengthen theirs. For the last 25 years, Healthy Planet has been a trusted source for immune health, offering the finest immune system building supplements available. And you don't have to be an expert. We have those too. In-house nutritionists to help you make the right choices. Shop in-store or online at healthyplanetcanada.com. Healthy Planet, your one-stop health shop with everyday value.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast, fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
2-for-1 Pizza is taking it up a nacho with new 2-for-1 nachos and Irish nachos for just $9.99 each. Enjoy the 2-for-1 nachos with corn tortilla chips or try the Irish nachos with potato wedges. Both come loaded with nacho cheese sauce, mozzarella cheese, tomatoes, green peppers, red onions, and jalapeno peppers. Add a large quattro pizza with 4 toppings combined for only $15.99 plus tax. Order online at 2for1pizza.com.
2-for-1 pizza, 2-for-1.
This is an important message from Canadian Blood Services. Our national blood supply is at very low levels. Hospitals are conserving the use of certain blood types, but patient needs are outpacing donations. We need your help now to avoid negative impacts to patient care. If you are able, please donate blood today by booking an appointment at blood.ca or use the Give Blood app. You can make all the difference.
The Out-of-Town Scoreboard brought to you by Maple Toyota. Build your next Toyota at Maple Toyota and check out Maple Toyota's pre-owned inventory arriving daily. It's time to Toyota. Visit mapletoyota.com. Here's what we have. Boston 2-1 over Chicago in the second period. Canes 2-1 over the Senators into the second. And later on, Jets in Calgary, Habs in LA against the Kings, Oilers in Vancouver against the Canucks. In our game, 3-2 for the Leafs. 2 power play goals. Matthews and Nylander have given the Leafs the lead after Montreal had a 2-0 lead. And so 3-2 for the Leafs. The third period is next. This is Molson Canadian Leafs Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Hockey is back. And the NHL on SiriusXM sounds like this.
Score! The captain completes the comeback. What a save! Oh, Ilya Sorokin got a piece of it with his glove. Connor McDavid, his 60th goal!
Hear every NHL game all season long on SiriusXM and the hometown announcers on the SiriusXM app. And talk about the day-to-day drama of the hockey season on NHL Network Radio Channel 91. In case you missed it.
On NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere. Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Maple Leafs carry a lead to the third period after enormous turn of events as Caulfield's goal at 5:50 was overturned by video review showing that the play was offside on the entry into the Toronto zone. The Canadiens would not register another shot on goal from that point, and the Leafs score 3, take a 3-2 lead.
And really, it was Noah Gregor. 2 minutes later, they got the Leafs on the board. So, I mean, they weathered the storm, not going down 3-0. But then once Gregor scored, it seemed like it went right to their legs. And Montreal, not nearly as effective the rest of the period. And that's why we've got a shot total favoring the Leafs of 26-13. Montreal just 2 shots on goal in the second period. The Leafs had 16.
We're underway, and a centering pass was knocked off the blocking glove of Allen, and it went over top of the goal. Canadiens to the left, and the Leafs to the right as it pokes its way to center ice. John Klingberg, in his first 2 periods as a Maple Leaf, has 2 primary assists. Played up ahead to Suzuki. Dropped back behind into the Montreal end. Both teams trying to get a change going. Reeves out with David Kemp and Gregor. And the Canadiens with a long lead feed to center ice. Turned over. Brought back by Reeves. He tried to find Gregor, but the pass was intercepted. Doc will snap it off the boards and into Toronto territory. Klingberg goes after it. Samsonov could have helped him out there by getting out of the goal to trap it, but the Leafs do get it out at center. Montreal back in. Harris shoots it in. Now Samsonov out of the cage, plays it into the corner for Klingberg, up on the wing for Reeves. Chopped at, one-handed to center for Gregor. Noah Gregor works in on the left wing. Strides into the corner. Given a rough ride there and knocked off stride by Jordan Harris. Into the attack goes Nylander in the middle of a change. Giordano unable to keep it in as the puck comes to center, but his defense partner Liljegren has it there. On to Nylander. Nylander across the line. That will be an interesting decision on the onside as a shot went wide. Played back to the blue line. Walking the line, Nylander. Left wing side for Giordano. Back to the point. Liljegren tries to control the puck, then got the shot away. And a deflected wide of the Montreal goal. Canadiens unable to get it out. Leafs pressing here, and now the puck does come free, and it's launched to center ice by Tanner Pearson. Right back into the Montreal zone it goes. Allen playing it up on the wing for Gallagher. Canadiens will come to center. Played in over the line by Sean Monahan. Round the boards it comes to McCabe. Jake McCabe got it out. Leafs with a 2-on-2 rush. Minton with a shot. Oh, he had Allen kind of off balance there and almost slid it by him. Leafs keep it in at the point. Klingberg a shot, and he wired that high over top of the goal. McCabe tries to center. It deflects into the far corner. Monahan taken to the boards by Yarncrook. It goes back to the net. Minton in pursuit. The puck comes up on the wing now, and the Canadiens will get it out. Kovacevic gets to the red line, dumping it into the Toronto zone. The Leafs 3, Montreal 2. We're into the third, and glad you're along with us on opening night. Minton failed to get the puck in deep, but defenseman Klingberg will, as it's right on goal, and Allen has to stop that. Canadiens with a pass on the right wing side. Anderson in across the line, was upended. The puck comes free. Morgan Riley starts back. Marner's with them. It'll be shot in and rung around the boards. Bertuzzi couldn't get to it. It comes in front to Bertuzzi as Matthews made a quick pass from behind the net. Marner in the far corner. Settles the puck down. Back around the wall, it'll come to Riley. His shot was well wide, but Marner has the rebound. Centering. Matthews can't shoot it. He'll go into the corner against Suzuki and come out with it. He works into the slot. Oh, and a wrist shot off the shoulder of Allen. That's going to leave a mark. Down in along the near wall. Chip back to the net. Marner steals, tries to center. Couldn't find Bertuzzi. This line is buzzing around. Matthews again. Bertuzzi, Matthews. What a save by Allen. Oh, my. And then Bertuzzi is roughed up, and now we've got a fight going on in the corner. Bertuzzi's helmet knocked off.
Boy, Matheson and Anderson both go after Bertuzzi, who was looking for the rebound. And it'll be interesting to see if we got a power play coming out of this. Bertuzzi, Montreal felt, was a little too aggressive in trying to poke Jake Allen and find the loose puck under the Montreal goaltender. Allen made a spectacular save after a great give and go between Matthews and Bertuzzi. And Bertuzzi getting a round of applause as he's shown up on the scoreboard. But the Leafs continue to dominate the Canadiens. But this game is still way too close for Toronto to be comfortable. Here's the calls.
So I guess they're giving Bertuzzi a slashing penalty for trying to get the puck underneath Allen.
Well, there have been a few that you kind of raised an eyebrow at, and that has been both ways. I mean, certainly seemed like the Canadiens were the first to respond to it.
And you could have dragged two of the Canadiens out for roughing.
Yeah, Matheson and Anderson both. And you understand, you want to protect your goaltender. I don't think that's going to be a deterrent for Bertuzzi, but how many of the penalties that we got tonight, Joe, that have taken place in the offensive zone for the team that was penalized?
4:13 the time. Penalty kill brought to you by CMC Markets. Take your trading to the next level with $0 commissions on stocks.
Leafs have outshot the Canadiens 21-2. Since Montreal was up 2-0 early in the second period.
Anderson gets the penalty for Montreal. And that's not too bad a trade-off for the Maple Leafs. Here's Bertuzzi getting the puck into the slot area. Pass to the right wing side. Caulfield with a shot, scores! Did that hit something before it got up and over?
That was TJ Brody's stick. And it looked like as Caulfield let it go, Brody went down on one knee, put his stick out, and it knuckled up and over the right shoulder. It might have even hit Giordano, Joe. But you could see Brody got enough of it. No, it doesn't hit Giordano. Samsonov doesn't find it. And the Leafs, who were all over the Canadiens late in the second period and early here in the third.
That's the first shot they've had since.
Yeah, I think it was the first shot since the goal in the second period by Newhook that put Montreal up 2-0.
So we're tied at threes. Opening night. The Leafs have won 7 straight against Montreal here at Scotiabank Arena as we get an icing call against the Canadiens. And the Leafs are plus 17, outscoring the Canadiens 28-11 in those games.
Well, we will see now. Can the Leafs pick back up where they left off before the call? And you know what? I mean, you can certainly question the call, but there's been a few of those. You know, Suzuki being penalized for Montreal in the second period, and they've all had huge results on the scoreboard. These calls, even the call against, remember David Kemp, the hooking call against Montreal.
Getting it ahead on the wing. McCabe is knocked down as he tried to get in over the line by Kirby Dach. And the Canadiens have sent the puck down into the Leaf zone, but no icing. Dach goes around back of the net. Had it knocked off his stick, but corralled by the Canadiens on the near boards. Double team there. Tavares lost the puck. It comes in front. Dach alone. Big save by Samsonov. He hasn't made a lot of the huge stops, but that one was one right there. Another shot taken by Slavkovsky was blocked. Into the corner, Canadiens with pressure, cross-ice speed. That was blocked and knocked away from Jordan Harris. And then Domi was unable to get it out. Canadiens into the corner. Dach works back towards the blue line on his backhand, drops it back at the point, a shot, scores! Jackeye let it go, and it may have been deflected by Alex Newhook. But the Canadiens have scored twice, and that end of the rink has been where the drain is on the bathtub. Everything's going in there.
Leafs had a chance to get it out. Max Domi, Joe, was looking for a cross-ice pass to get it out. And by the time he decided to fire it, it was knocked off his stick. The Canadiens kept it in. And we saw this a lot in preseason, where Montreal throwing the puck to the net with traffic in front. And very quickly, Canadiens take the lead. Ilya Samsonov didn't blink at that. went down on the butterfly. 2 Montreal players in front, and then a Leaf dropped to his knees to try to block it as well. I believe it was Jake McCabe.
Jack-Eye gets the point shot away, and Newhook is going to get credit for the goal. Matthews in his own zone, unable to tip it out. And a glove pass is whistled down by the linesman. 13:46 to play here in period number 3. And 2 goals by the Canadiens have reversed the score. It's 4-3 Habs. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Let's go, football fans.
This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
You know, it's a great culture up there in New England. We've had a great culture for a long time, as long as I was a part of it. You know, it's tough to see teams lose, and I think you realize the competitiveness of the NFL. It's a very difficult league to win. And when you do win, you need to appreciate it because it's a hard thing to do.
Listen now to the extended version of Let's Go, exclusively on the SiriusXM app, included with all our trials and popular plans.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
In case you missed it.
On NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere. Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in then for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Canadiens 4, the Maple Leafs 3. Newhook from Jack-Eye at 5:47. And literally the Canadiens' last 3 shots have resulted in goals, but one was reversed because of...
Well, actually, it might be 4 straight down the back of the net. Because you're going to remember that Newhook scored 1:10 into the second period.
Right. Played around back of the net in the Canadiens' end, and it's rolled out and down the ice by Montreal, and an icing will come here.
You already mentioned what the stats were for Ilya Samsonov last year on home ice. 1.98 goals against average, 927 save percentage. But really, I mean, you've got the goal that called back. There's one turning point. It seems like every penalty called has been huge. Especially here in the third period. Caulfield tying it on a power play and a fortunate bounce, and then Newhook on a redirection right at the top of the crease in front of Samsonov to regain the Canadiens' lead. Montreal scored the first 2 and the last 2 of this game. The Leafs have 3 squeezed in between. And they really were. Before Bertuzzi ended up with the extra penalty, the Leafs were dominating this game. Or they said the shots were 25-2 since early in the second period.
Draw one by Toronto. Riley sends it to the net. That was juggled by Allen, but he's able to pounce on it. And we'll hold on. The Leafs' next action is at home. Minnesota is here on Saturday night. And then the Blackhawks with young Connor Bedard will be here on Monday evening. So we're going to get a look at the young phenom fairly early into his NHL career. He has scored a goal tonight in Boston. And it's a 1-1 tie in Beantown. Canadians pass up into center ice. Caulfield got it onto the wing. Anderson plays it deep into the zone. Suzuki had it stripped away, and Matthews will bank it ahead, but out of the reach of Marner. Canadiens backhand it right back down into the Leaf end. Brody settles it down, finds some skating room, works his way slowly to his own blue line, then got it ahead across the line from Matthews to Marner. Marner, a pass back in, didn't work, and Nylander was unable to come up with it. Now into the slot and a shot. Blocked in front. Matthews smashing away at it. Marner was filled in behind. That should have been interference. Now Matthews down low. A centering pass. And blown up there was McCabe. Centering pass again by Marner is stopped. Yes, at back of the goal to Riley. He can't get a shot away, but McCabe fills in at the point. Couldn't get it back in, and now a long lead pass to center is intercepted by Nylander.
Seemed a little more of a penalty than some of the hooks we've seen in the corner, wasn't it? Marner got absolutely drilled.
Now here's a chance in for Nyes, who was knocked down on the play. And the Canadiens get it out at center. Kirby Dach in on the left wing. Stops, let a shot go. Samsonov the save, and he's going to get a glove on it to cover up and hold for a face-off in the Toronto zone.
Well, the Leafs continue to push. And watching this again, shot from the point. Goes down. I mean, Mitch Marner doesn't touch the puck, and he's just drilled by Matheson, which in some countries is considered interference.
Okay.
Remember when Tavares was tripped as well? It seemed like some of the obvious ones have been let go, and then both teams have been penalized for not so obvious plays.
Minton! Whoa, a shot from the point. Just deflected wide of that near post in the Toronto zone as Minton lost the faceoff. Liljegren into the corner. Canadiens trying to dig it free. Minton knocked it up on the wall, but not out. Then a shot taken, another shot. Blocked first by Samsonov, and then it went wide. Jack-Eye keeps the puck in at the blue line. Canadiens chip it back. Dach trying to get it into the slot. It comes back to Jack-Eye. Then on the right wing side, and a shot is deflecting high, and it goes into the near corner. Canadiens cycling the puck well. Kirby Dach works it back. Canadiens in the midst of a change. Back along the boards, and now Liljegren in along the boards, chipped along, looking for Giordano, and the puck does come to center, and it is played by Yarncrook into Montreal territory to allow his mates to change. Leafs third line hemmed in its own zone. Now the Leafs turn the puck over and have it back in their own territory with McCabe. Rink wide, deflected in by Reeves. Camp goes back in behind the net, but can't come up with the puck. Canadiens with it now, and they'll play it out and down the ice. And McCabe. Wow, that's not icing? Okay, Canadiens keep it in. Shot goes wide of the goal. Near side, a shot deflects over top of the Leaf net and into the screen. How is that not icing? Gallagher and McCabe having a little tete-a-tete in front of the net. And that has drawn a crowd.
We've already seen an instigator call, and then Tyler Bertuzzi got an extra penalty in a scrum, but I don't think we're going to get anything here. Ilya Samsonov does not look comfortable in this game. Now, a lot of screen shots, a lot of traffic in front, deflections. So it hasn't really been a clean game in front of him. But would you agree that he looks like he's fighting it just a bit? Interesting to see who gets the starts, as the Leafs will play Minnesota on Saturday, and then the Chicago Blackhawks on Monday.
Face off to the left in the Toronto zone. Pushed along the boards for Klingberg. Klingberg is able to come out with it. Skates it straight up ice to center, then drops for Nylander. Nifty move to gain the zone. Domi got a shot away, and Allen was able to cover it up on the short side and hold for a face-off coming in the Montreal zone. It is a 4-3 Montreal lead. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
All right, everyone. Step up and down. Left foot, right foot. thought you were climbing up a trail. Now back in your Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and getting active in the real world. Work those abs, driving right through the mud and left and right. Keep that core engaged and bend at the knees as you load more to your Subaru. Windows down, take in that outdoor air and park.
Get more value out of every kilometer at your local Subaru dealer, starting with award-winning safety.
It's hard to make time for everything on your to-do list, especially at this time of year. But blood and plasma donors are essential to helping meet patients' needs. We're asking you to add a donation to your to-do list.
Because our communities depend on it.
Because it's critical to my son's treatment.
Because you might need it in an emergency.
Make donating a life-saving habit. For patients and the people who love them, you'll make all the difference. Visit blood.ca to book a donation appointment at a Canadian Blood Services location near you.
As a small business owner, you have to deal with a lot. You're constantly thinking about managing time, managing employees, managing cash flow, keeping up with competition, standing out from competition, customers' wants, customers' needs, and customers' wants and needs next week, next month, next year. One thing you don't want to deal with is wondering if you can depend on your internet and mobile networks. Switch to Bell and enjoy reliable, fast fiber-powered internet and Canada's best 5G network. Count on Bell for your business and enjoy great offers during Small Business Month. Visit a Bell store or bell.ca/smallbizmonth for details. Bell, doing business just got better.
Face-off coming in the Montreal zone to the right of Jake Allen. See our good friends from Leafs Jelly HD are back in
Boys
business.
are back? Good.
Yeah, isn't that nice? They do a great job of putting our highlights up, and we thank them very, very much. Got to get them to another game this year.
Yeah.
Face-off to the right of the Montreal zone.
Now, have you ever asked them how they do it?
Not a clue.
No.
Shot from the point, deflected wide of the Montreal goal. Trying to keep it in. There is Tavares. Tavares knocked it down. The Canadiens get it out at center, and the Leafs will try to bring it right back in again as Domi deflects it down into the Montreal end. Allen makes a spinning little move there that I'm sure the coaching staff was delighted about.
Savardian-like?
Yes. Thank you very much. Here's Tavares trying to center. Nylander couldn't get a bouncing puck to behave, and the Canadiens launch it high to center ice. Tavares steals it right back. He'll play it back into the Leaf zone. Almost too many folks on the ice as the puck was near the Toronto bench when they were trying to make a change. Now Brody thinking about getting there, got it ahead, and now Matthews across the line to Bertuzzi. Around back of the net for Matthews. He stops up. Matthews eludes one. Knocked down on the play. Could have been a penalty there for tripping. And the Canadiens get it out at center and get it down into the Leaf end. Giordano hustling back. 40-year-old Mark Giordano. Out at center, and now Bertuzzi in on the wing with a shot. Looking 5-hole, but it was swallowed up by Allen. And a face-off coming again in the Montreal zone.
Well, last season opened on a Wednesday night. That was in Montreal. And it was the Canadiens that prevailed in that game by a score of 4-3. You may remember Josh Anderson scoring with 19 seconds in regulation.
Not that he hasn't done that before.
No.
Leafs win the face-off. Riley's shot went wide. Played around back of the net. Here is Nyes. Nyes stops up, tried to chip it in front of the goal. That didn't work. Canadiens are going to flip it high to center ice. Settled down nicely there by Morgan Riley. Then fanning on a pass, and the Canadiens are in with a backhand. Scores! Oh, my! Timothy Liljegren blew a tire on the far side, and it was grabbed off by Yellowman, and he makes it 5-3.
Now the Canadiens continue to be opportunistic. Probably 3 horrid giveaways that have led to goals. Brody in the first period falling at the blue line that led to a breakaway goal. This time it was Liljegren who was backpedaling and looking up. Ended up losing the puck. And Ylonen walks in, and just a little very simple forehand backhand chip eludes the blocking hand of Samsonov, and Montreal has now scored 5 on just 20 shots on goal in this game.
Leafs have had 34s. Another shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Puck in the near corner is pushed out at center ice. 8 goals scored, and 7 of them have been in that net down to the right. Chipped in then by Camp. Gregor couldn't come up with it. Reeves unable to keep it in, and now Gregor at the red line flips it right back into Montreal territory, and the Leafs will change. Montreal in its own zone. Bank pass ahead. Caulfield got it in over the line. Suzuki had it taken away, and the Maple Leafs back in their own zone, and for the second time find themselves down by a pair, and now turn the puck over as Nylander gave it away to Suzuki. Suzuki carries into the corner. Got it back to the blue line and out at center, and now Nylander trying to outrace Suzuki, and it just rolled away from him. Tavares is able to keep it in, looking for Domi, but he couldn't settle it down back of the net. And Anderson comes to center. 13 goals he has scored against Toronto over his career, the most of any team. The Jets next with 9. Here's Bertuzzi getting after a puck down in the Montreal end. Tipped it along on the near side. McCabe missed his man with a hit. Canadians get it in on the left wing. Klingberg chases into the corner after it. Round back of the net, McCabe unable to reach it. Matthews couldn't dig it free as it comes to the blue line. Played in around the boards and in along the near side now. Marner able to dig it out on a knee. Couldn't make a pass as he was off stride. Montreal back in its own zone, and now as the puck goes into the Montreal bench with 5:56 to go in the third, the Canadiens trying to nurse home an opening night victory with a 2-goal lead. 5-3. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Here's what's happening on Sirius XM Sports.
Crucial triple header today at MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM 89. It's underway with the Phillies hosting the Braves. Then the Twins look to stay alive against the Astros and concludes with the D-backs looking to sweep the Dodgers. MLB Network Radio on Sirius XM 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Sirius XM Sports. Wherever you are, your team plays here. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. Had all these good players around him. Hey, wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance, because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Face-off in the Montreal zone, and the Leafs need a little lightning in a jar here, down by a pair. 5:56 to go in the third period as a small huddle goes on with Matthews, Marner, and Bertuzzi.
Not so sure. I've seen many games like this where there's so many turning points.
Oh, God,
From goals called back to penalties out of a scrum to bounces.
Giordano hustles back to tie up his man. The puck goes around the boards and out to center. Marner races after it. Marner against the boards, trying to get free, then was taken down on the play. Liljegren pinches on the far side, rings it around the boards, and now here's Giordano racing in after it. Plays into the corner to Marner. In front for Matthews, couldn't get a shot. Giordano a pass across, now in front of the net, and the pass went right by Marner's skate and down the ice. Leafs with it now with 5 minutes to go. Ahead for David Kampf. Kampf in over the line, had it knocked off his stick. Gregor trying to keep it alive for him on the far boards. Can't. It comes to center. Leafs play it off on the left wing. Fourth line now with Yarncrook out there instead of Reeves. Drop pass left wing side. Gregor a shot. And Allen came across nicely to swallow up the 35th shot on goal for the Maple Leafs with 4:45 left to play in the third period.
It was a Noah Gregor shot that got the Leafs back into this game, and they were down 2-0. As he tries to launch another one from the left wing side. We are not seeing a whole lot right now of young Fraser Minten. As what do we got here for total ice time at this point, Joey? 10 minutes and 41 seconds, but done had a shift probably in the last 5 or 6 minutes since the Canadiens have worked their way back into this game.
Draw one by Toronto. Back to the blue line. Klingberg off on the right side to Riley. He'll hold. Down into the corner it goes. Tavares working on the wing with Matthews, who scores! This one has a real odor to it. The Leafs with 6 attackers, and Austin Matthews scores from behind the goal line.
And this should send Ilya Samsonov back to the net for now for the faceoff. 4:32 to go. A gamble by Sheldon Keefe. But Jake Allen gets caught thinking, okay, there's a lot of blue sweaters in the slot. I'm going to take a glance out front, and Austin Matthews just turns and spins from the bottom of the left wing or right wing circle from a Leaf standpoint and zips it through the feet of Jake Allen. No butterfly, nothing, as Allen was trying to anticipate what was going on. And now Minten and Nyes on the ice with Yarncroc. But the Leafs back in it, plenty of time.
Pass up on the wing for Klingberg. Deflects into the zone. Minten after it, but can't come up with it. Carrying into the corner, though. He comes away with it to get it back to the point to Klingberg. Shot in traffic, deflects wide. Nyes was tripped up. Canadians have set it down into the Leaf end, but it won't be enough for icing. Quickly played back at center. Yarncroc onto the left wing for Nyes. Chipped in over the line. Round back of the net, it'll go to the far side. And Monahan for Montreal gets it ahead. Josh Anderson, a shot. Big save, rebound. Oh, my. Samsonov was swimming upstream when it went downstream and just wide of the net. Played back down into the Montreal end. Upended down there was Morgan Riley as the puck has gone. I've never seen Mitch Marner skate any slower in my entire life. Icing called here against Montreal.
And at what point does Samsonov come back out? 3:30 to go here in the third. As the Leafs have come back to make it 5-4, and there goes Samsonov.
Now, I wonder, is this analytics? When do you take the goalie out?
That was Patrick Waugh. I think
he
was the first to take the goalie out. It always used to be, no, you got to wait till a minute and a half to go.
Cleared down into the Leaf zone and no goaltender, but the Leafs are able to come away with the loose puck. Dropping it back behind the net for John Klingberg. Klingberg stops it up, letting the Canadians kind of sift back, and now he carries to center. He's going to drop it back for Marner. Marner to the wing on the left side for Tavares. Drop for Matthews. Swung around the boards for Nylander. Reversed and brought back the other way for Matthews. Down low. Tavares backhand didn't work. Comes back to the blue line, but it's come out. And it'll be Klingberg having to go back. 2:49. A quick glance at the clock by the veteran defenseman. Leafs get it ahead, and Matthews has 2 on the night. He had 4 his very first game. 3 here would be just as special.
Then maybe overtime to match it.
Yes, Tavares shoots it in. Cleared high, knocked down by Marner. Works to the near boards. Marner in the corner. Dropping it back. That draws a crowd. Comes back to the blue line. Kept alive by Klingberg. Klingberg down along the boards, has it intercepted. Canadians have shot it down the ice, but it won't have enough for icing. Still 2:12 left to play. Matthews passing it around in front of an empty net. Leafs, Riley up on the right side. Yarncrook hustles into the corner after it. Played around the boards there by Bertuzzi. Kept it at the blue line by Liljegren. Liljegren on the wall, back of the net for Yarncrook. To Bertuzzi, centered in front. That's deflected high in front of the goal. And Morgan Riley chipped it wide. Bertuzzi back into to Nyes. Centering pass, Bertuzzi swats at it into the glove of Allen.
And the Leafs will take a timeout here. And get the big boys back out. Nylander was on the ice. From the group that was on with the goalie pulled earlier. And boy, they might have missed a high stick on Yarncrook in the corner. And I think Sheldon Keefe is going to milk this a little bit before calling the timeout. Or is he not going to? 1:34 to go. The big 6 were on the ice for an extended shift. And yes, now Sheldon Keefe will call the timeout.
1:34 to play in the third period. Guy Boucher, one of the Leafs' new assistant coaches, will be entrusted with coming up with some sort of a
the Leafs have
thought process on an offensive zone faceoff.
And the Leafs have only won 48% of the faceoffs in this game. And that is an area where the Leafs dominate, especially once they got Ryan O'Reilly to join the likes of Tavares and Austin Matthews, David Kemp.
That is going to be an area that, if Fraser Minton is going to stay, has got to be something that is, if not a strength, not a liability.
And well, he's won 3 out of 5 that he's taken tonight.
Hey, that's
holding your own.
More than acceptable, I think. So here we go. Face off to the right of Allen. Tavares, Matthews, Nylander, Marner, Klingberg, Riley. And the draw won by Toronto. Nylander to Klingberg. Klingberg with a shot in traffic, knocked down. Couple of loose pucks in front. Cleared to the line, kept in by Klingberg. Nylander gets his pass. Down low off Marner's stick. Tavares trying to dig it free out of a maze of legs. Big pile up back of the net. Marner trying to sift it along. Stolen by the Canadiens, but not out. Nylander down low. Shot scores! Austin Matthews! Holy mackerel! 3 goals. He's tied the game.
And what a play by Willie Nylander. Jumps on the loose puck. The top of the left wing circle. Dances his way to the middle of the ice. Shifts to his right and finds Austin Matthews, who's open to the left of Jake Allen. But instead of Matthews firing it as soon as he gets it, he waits, lets Jake Allen go down, and then reverses it. And goes around the right pad of the Montreal goaltender. And Matthews, with his third, has tied this at 5. You know, you talk about you need your big players to come up in big moments. It's exactly what we've seen in this game.
Hats are coming out of the stands.
I mean, as impressive as the goal was, Joe, the setup by Willie Nylander was fantastic. He got it, started taking it to the net, drew a defender with him, and found Austin Matthews open on the back post. And now, still 1:07 to go in regulation, but it may set up another 4-goal season opener.
That doesn't happen very often.
Now, when is the last time it was between these two teams you had somebody scored 3 goals in the first NHL game? You'll remember it was Ryan Poehling. Matthews did it in the first game of his career of the season. Ryan Poehling played in the final game of the regular season a couple years ago. He obviously hasn't been able to put up the numbers that Austin Matthews has. Eventually went to Pittsburgh.
Well,
but the Leafs, I mean, from an entertainment standpoint, you're going to say this was a fantastic game, regardless of who wins it. But when you look at the first goal, it was TJ Brodie fell down. Here in the third period, the 5th goal, Timothy Liljegren stumbled and coughed it up. It's been a tough night for Ilya Samsonov. 5 goals and 21 shots, but a fantastic night for Austin Matthews.
Scored 60 a couple of years ago. He's off on the right foot.
Well, you know what he's on pace for now? A lot.
I knew you could come up with the number.
166.
246.
Divided by 7.
No.
Carry the 8.
Can I put my shoes back on, please?
I think that might be a record, too.
Might be. Played down into the Montreal zone. A minute left to go. Third period. Chopped to the Leaf line. Liljegren plays it back out. Canadians again with it. Now bring it in on the right side and play it down into the Toronto end. Up on the right side. Gregor launches it high. It's going to go down to the goaltender, and Allen will have to play it. Leafs intercept a pass. Played back in the net by Cam. Chopped towards the net, and Allen will leave it at the side of the goal. Caden Cooley with 24 seconds left in regulation. Played up on the left wing, and the Canadians come to center. Up on the right side for Anderson. Anderson back in. The pass comes back to the blue line. Kept in there at the point by Matheson. A shot from a sharp angle went wide. 6 seconds left to go in regulation. Round back of the net to the far side. Shot to the blue line is caught as the horn goes. Samsonov gloving it and holds on, and we are going to overtime.
Why wouldn't we? And this is one of those games that I don't think either team is going to say, we're glad we got a point. Both teams have had, at times, full control of this hockey game and have been unable to close it out. So I think whoever loses this is going to talk about the missed opportunity, not that we competed hard and got something out of it and we'll take the point and move on. And probably a little more pressure from a Leaf standpoint. They're out-shooting Montreal 40-22.
14-9 in the third period, 17-1 in the second period. But Austin Matthews has scored 3 times, and including the last 2 with 6 attackers on the ice.
And you know what? It's so important early in the season to develop positive trends. You know, whether it's coming back, whether it's, you'll always see that, hey, you know what? We've come back 9 times now in the third period when down by 2 goals. You established that earlier. At the same time, teams get into trouble when they start blowing leads earlier in the season. Then it becomes part of their DNA and something they fight the rest of the year.
Baseball teams that can't hit with runners in scoring position. or stay close to second base, but maybe you should.
I'm not a stats guy.
No, you're not a stats guy? No. You're not an analytical type of a guy?
0 for 53 coming into this afternoon's game. Yeah. But I mean, it is true. I remember I believe one year it was the Ottawa Senators. They started in Detroit. They had a comeback win there, came to Toronto, and that became part of their season, where they were, no deficit was too big. They found a way to come back and win it, and it's amazing you've got that belief. So from a Leaf standpoint, when you're 5-5 now in your home opener against Montreal, there's both good and bad. And sometimes one shot in overtime can make you forget a lot of the bad.
Here we go to overtime. Leafs to the left, Montreal to the right. Puck is dropped. Camp and Marner, and the Leafs are going to win the face-off, and Camp goes to the bench. Guess who is on with Marner? You're not guessing. Marner to center. Works to the left wing side. Holds. Leafs now bring it in over the line. Drop for Matthews in the slot. Holding. Shooting. And it whistled wide of the goal. Kept alive to Marner. Marner down into the slot area. Still with it. Works into the corner but had it stripped away by Kirby Dach. Dach will get it up, and now the Leafs have to play some defense. Brought on into the corner by Dach. Centering pass. Couldn't get a shot away, Mike Matheson. Matheson works into the slot area, and now is going to stretch things out as the Canadiens want to get a change. Matheson got it ahead. Brought in by Caulfield. Going wide against Marner, who stride for stride with him. Back to the point it comes now to Suzuki on left wing. Suzuki works to the middle of the ice at the blue line. Dished off on the far side for Caulfield. To Gooley. Gooley working the line. Still with it. Got away from one Leaf. Works into the slot area. A shot is blocked. And out comes Morgan Riley. He's going to come to center. Stop up. Leafs will get a change. No. Matthews splitting the defense. He's in a goal. Oh, and a big save made by Allen. Oh, my. That would have brought the house down. Nylander will try. Nylander strides through but can't get a shot away. Leaves it there for Yarncrook. Yarncrook back of the net. Yarncrook plays it back to the blue line. John Klingberg trying to work into the corner. Plays it back to the blue line to Willie. Nylander holding. Klingberg looking for a pass. Goes back instead to Yarncrook. To Klingberg. Klingberg circles back at the blue line. Far side for Willie. Nylander can't work his way in front. Works to the corner and then tried to center. And it went wide. Everybody down into the Leaf end. Another change. Come on, get Matthews on the ice. Up ahead it comes to Tavares. Centering pass. Poke check nicely there. Loose puck again. Nice. Pad save, Allen. Oh, my. Two brilliant saves by the Montreal netminder. Brought back by Dach. Dropping it off far side. Monahan. Saved by Samsonov. Nice with it back of the goal. 34. His number's 34. Here's Tavares. Working in on the right side. Had it knocked away. Down go two Leafs, but Tavares comes out with the puck. Can't center, he did. And then it's knocked high in the air. Nyes will get to it. Nyes being double teamed. Brought on by Monahan. Working in. Wrap around the tip. Penalty coming to Toronto.
Now, truth is, you could have called a hooking penalty before that. Sean Monahan to take the puck away from Nyes, I think was a hook at center ice. And then Nyes ends up taking the tripping penalty. So with 1:47 to go, the Canadiens will have a 4-on-3 power play. But I want to see it again. We've already talked about how Austin Matthews has had some great chances. I mean, you got to call the trip on Nyes. The player goes down, but I really thought Monahan's stick was into the hands of the young Leaf player. And that caused the turnover, but the Canadiens will have a great opportunity here to end it in overtime.
3:13 of the overtime is the penalty. Now it'll be 4 against 3 with the man advantage. As the Canadiens will have a minute 47. And so David Camp, Brody, and Giordano will be entrusted with the penalty kill situation. Face off in the circle to the right of Ilya Samsonov. What a couple of great saves by
Jake Allen.
Jake Allen. My goodness.
Now they need that from Samsonov here.
Draw one by Toronto. Brody holds, now whips it out and down the ice. Allen will leave it back of the net. Kirby Dach starting out. 4 against 3. Cross ice, pass intercepted. Shot down the ice then by Camp, and the Leafs make a change, and Marner is the forward. Doc coming through center. Wheels in on the right side against Giordano. Taken around back of the net. He'll come to the near boards. Works back to the blue line. Still with it, middle of the ice. Near side, Suzuki. Back to Doc. They'll play catch with it. Doc holds. Now working it back. Suzuki exchanges positions. Gets the pass. Closes. Doesn't shoot. Still with it. To Doc, middle of the ice. Now to Suzuki again. Closing in. A shot. Glove save. Samsonov. 49.9 seconds left.
Well,
in overtime.
It's not his best save. It's his most important for Samsonov. Traffic in front. Samsonov out to the top of the crease, squared up, and simply snags it out of midair as Montreal trying to go short side of the Leaf goaltender.
Draw one by Montreal. At the point, Caulfield dishes back to Doc. Closing to Suzuki. It bounced over his stick. Suzuki with Monahan. Monahan in the far corner. Back to the point to Doc. Caulfield exchanges positions. Suzuki takes the pass. Works back into the slot. Near side Caulfield. He fanned on it. The Leafs can't get it out though. Against the boards. It comes in front of the goal. Played to the line but not out. Doc. Left wing side. Works down into the right wing corner. Now to the left wing side to Suzuki. Back to Doc. A centering pass is deflected with 8 seconds left. Holding on the Leafs, trying to go to a shootout. At the point it comes to Caulfield. Shot blocked into the stands or into the screen on a great play by Liljegren. And a half second remains before a shootout.
The Leafs have done a great job of the penalty kill here. Liljegren with the block as Caulfield tried to get it to the net. I thought they might have readjusted the clock here. Joe, they got half a second left, but I thought there's maybe between 1.5 to 2 seconds on the clock when the puck left the playing surface. So now it's just a matter of David Camp trying to tie up Alex Newhook off the draw.
And they do, and we go to a shootout.
I do remember it was a season opener against the Ottawa Senators that we had the first ever shootout to decide a game in NHL history. You talk about things that had a beginning and carried on. Remember, the Leafs could not win in a shootout. They get Dominic Hasek, who was in goal for the Ottawa Senators. And it was a struggle for them in shootouts after that. So this is a big part of it as well. When you start looking at teams' overtime and shootout records, those bonus points are huge. Both teams have blown leads in this game. The Canadiens have blown a pair of 2-goal leads. Up 2-0 and then 5-3. But we get through overtime. The Leafs still probably the best chances in overtime, despite the Montreal power play. Austin Matthews, Matthew Nyes, Willie Nylander, all outstanding opportunities, and Jake Allen, who has faced 42 shots, has kept him in it. Willie Nylander, Joe, up first here in the shootout.
He is 5 of 21 in the shootout. He'll go from right to left as the goaltenders are back in their end of the rinks closest to the bench. And here comes Nylander. Right-handed shot to the left wing side. Cuts to the middle of the ice. Deeks lost the handle and then slid it off the goal post.
Yeah, at the time he let this go, he was almost on the goal line. Around the left pad of Jake Allen, and the only hope was to bank it off the post, off Allen and in, but Nick Suzuki is up first for Montreal.
He's a right-handed shot. The captain of the Canadiens comes way to the right wing boards area. Top of the circles, in, holds it. Never got a shot away. Completely mishandled it. And by the time he recovered the puck, he was almost on Bay Street.
Samsonov did a good job. not committing. And Suzuki looking up, ends up overskating it. And guess who?
He has scored 3 tonight. Here he comes. Cross the right wing side. Left-handed shooter, middle of the ice. Shoots. Pad save made by Allen.
And now Cole Caulfield for the Montreal Canadiens. And the one goal tonight, that was the one that went off the stick of T.J. Brody.
He is a right-handed shooter. He works to the left wing side. Now tries to come across the middle, holes, and shoots it off the goal post.
Now, of course, we've got 10 goals in regulation. Why wouldn't we be 0 for 4 in a shootout? As Mitch Marner up next. Nobody's looked really good from a forward standpoint in the shootout so far.
Not at all. Here he comes. Weaves to the left wing side. He's a right-handed shot. Slowly in front of the net. Deeks shoots, scores!
That looked pretty good. Marner comes in slow, and then 2 or 3 stick handles right in front of Jake Allen before he gets it on his forehand and just flips it up over the glove. Here's for the win.
Doc will take the chance for the Canadiens. Works in from the right wing side. He's a right-handed shot, still slowly coming in. A goal! Stopped by Samsonov! The Leafs are going to win it in a shootout! Mitch Marner's goal is the difference. He is 7 of 28 in his career now. And the Maple Leafs win a wild opening night. We get 81 more like this, Mr. Ralph. This is just going to be terrific.
And then about 25 more in May and June. But yeah, I mean, you ticked off a lot of boxes tonight. There's certainly things that the Leafs are going to need to clean up. But you talk about the Fraser Minton handling himself well. Ilya Samsonov having a tough night, but comes through in the overtime and the shootout. And the best players at the most important times were the Leafs' best players, as Austin Matthews with 3, Marner with the shootout winner, Willie Nylander, then you've got Noah Gregor, first game as a Leaf, contributes as well. So a lot of good things, and you're able to come back twice from 2-goal deficits, including late in the third period.
John Klingberg comes up with a couple of assists as well, so a lot of the newcomers playing integral roles. Ryan Reeves is here for a reason.
You saw that?
Saw that as well. So a lot of things to work on, but obviously a lot of other things.
I mean, to just come out and say, look, we got to stop falling down when we've got the puck. That should be easy to clean up, and that's essentially how 2 of the Montreal goals ended up in the back of the net. It's going to happen. Very seldom do you see 2 giveaways like that in one game, but give the Leafs credit. They battled through and found a way to get 2 points. Like I said, though, I think when you're talking to the coaches after, Marty St. Louis is not going to say, we're happy with the point. They know they had an opportunity to win it, and I don't think Sheldon Keefe would have been happy with the point, even if they were shorthanded in overtime.
And let's not forget about our very good friend Jordan Bean, whose video review looked like it was the turning point in the game, but we didn't realize there would be others to follow. But having said that, instead of a 3-0 Montreal lead and maybe a lot of the air coming out of the balloon, it was a turning point that got the Leafs back into the game.
Yeah, and that's where you give them credit, because we were saying the Leafs are very fortunate they're not down 3-0, and they did seem to use that as a springboard. 2 minutes later, that's when Noah Gregor scored, and then the Leafs really dominated until the Montreal Canadiens 4:25 into the third when Caulfield scored. But the Leafs were absolutely dominant for that stretch. And very similar to the game we saw last night between the Nashville Predators and the Tampa Bay Lightning. Tampa comes out great, then Nashville takes over, Tampa finishes it off, wins the game at home. So we've had some pretty interesting games to start the regular season in the National Hockey League, but this one, maybe not fun for the coaches, but a lot of fun for the fans.
Sure was. So the Maple Leafs will host the Minnesota Wild on Saturday night We'll have that action beginning at 7 o'clock. Jim Taddy and Frankie Corrado standing by with the post-game show. Leafs win in a shootout, 6-5. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on TSN 1050 and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
When news breaks in fantasy football, there's only one place to turn for instant analysis.
Justin Jefferson reportedly headed to injured reserve. That'll keep him out for at least the next 4 games.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
They've got Jordan Addison, obviously, and KJ Osborne. And then that's it. Kirk Cousins takes a big hit. And my guy, Jordan Addison, it's time to put on the big boy pants.
Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87. NHL Morning Skate.
Hall of Fame defenseman Chris Pronger.
You look at rest and recovery now, that whole mindset has shifted tremendously from when I first came to the league in '93. So, there's a lot of pros and cons to everything. But overall, when you look at the skill level of the player and the speed of the game, it's certainly gone to another level.
NHL Morning Skate
with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick.
Weekdays, 7 a.m. Eastern
On NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. In case you missed it.
On NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91,
and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
Sabres signed Rasmus Dahlin to an 8-year, that's the max, $11 million contract. This contract is more than Fox and Makar and McAvoy and Heiskanen and Hughes and Werenski. Are you telling me we couldn't have got this deal done for at least 10? Now, I like the guy, but he's not most of the guys that I just mentioned.
The Power Play.
Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern.
On NHL Network Radio.
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Under review.
It's the argument I hear a lot of times. Well, those guys got better players around them. Gretzky was good, but he wasn't that good. He had all these good players around him. Hey, wait a minute. I don't buy that argument as a dismissal of a guy's importance because he's part of that dynamic. He's part of that equation. And to take him out invalidates the entire equation.
Under review with Mick Curran. Weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app. The Point.
I truly believe in 3 years, Jack Hughes will be worth $15 million a year. For $15 million a year, they got Hughes and Hischier locked up together. Those are 2 brilliant contracts. But there isn't a single area where I look at the Devils and think, okay, this is of concern to me. They're locked and loaded.
The Point with Boomer Gordon. Weekdays, 1 p.m. Eastern. NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
This is Leafs Game Night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network. The Leafs live here.
Here's for the win.
Doc will take the chance for the Canadiens. Works in from the right wing side. He's a right-handed shot, still slowly coming in a goal. Stopped by Samsonov. The Leafs are going to win it in a shootout. Mitch Marner's goal is the difference. He is 7 of 28 in his career now. And the Maple Leafs win a wild opening night. We get 81 more like this, Mr. Ralph. This is just going to be terrific.
Now that's entertainment. 6-5, the Leafs win in the shootout over Montreal on opening night. Welcome to the post-game show live from Scotiabank Arena. Jim Taddy, Frank Corrado, and Jimmy Ralph. Ralphie, there's plenty of things to go over here. What I like is with 4:45 left in the third period, the face-off in the Montreal zone, goalie is pulled, goal goes in. Both goals by Matthews at the end were with the goalie out, so they managed their situation well, didn't they?
Yeah, and I was talking to Joe in the third period because so often trends are set early in the season for teams, whether it's blowing leads, whether it's coming back when you're down in games. And I think it was Ottawa I can't remember what year it was. I think they opened in Detroit, and they were down 2 or 3 goals in the third period. They came back and won it in overtime. They came to Toronto. They were down a couple in the third, came back. And that became part of their DNA for the rest of the season. So, from a Leafs standpoint, you say, okay, thanks to the shootout, you can say this was the good start. Coming back twice from a 2-goal deficit, and we know we've got the firepower to do it. So it's great to have that confidence. But obviously there are certain things that they have to clean up. If they were going to look at Toronto, and most experts did, and said, is the blue line strong enough? And it's kind of unfair to say, TJ Brody on one play or Timothy Liljegren on one play, that's going to define their season. But those are the things that obviously you have to clean up, because very seldom do you see 2 of those in the same game.
Yeah, and the question marks coming into the season and coming into tonight's game were the blue line and the goaltending, more specifically to Ilya Samsonov. Those are still going to be the question marks going forward. And at the blue line, I understand what you're saying. Those plays don't define those guys. I agree with that. But when you watch the game, you're like, man, it's a little loose here. It's a little loose there. And you have to keep in mind, Montreal outscored the Leafs 4-3 at 5-on-5. The power play won them the game. Obviously, Austin Matthews coming through in a big way. But there's still going to be some things like, how are they going to exit the zone? Are they going to sort things out a little better in their own zone? And obviously the personnel would have something to do with that, right? And Liljegren wasn't outstanding. He was that third pair guy that he's been, that probably needs to get sheltered a little bit.
Too many unforced errors. And some by the forwards as well. They had a chance to clear on, it was Max Domi had the opportunity in the left wing boards to get it out, waited too long, and that resulted in a goal as well. So the good news is, you might be able to look at it. You're talking about breakouts and everything else was a little more detailed. But the horrific errors should be a little easier to clean up, where you say, you know what?
Yeah.
Dump it in.
Yeah.
Get it off the glass, ice it, do whatever you can, but don't put yourself in a position where you're going to start flailing around. So I guess the bottom line is, and it is amazing to me, always, how the result of a shootout skews your opinion of the previous 65 minutes.
No kidding.
You're going, now we're talking about, the comeback and they were down 2, whereas before we'd be saying, hey, they were in full control and they blew it. So, and we were talking near the end of the game. This is not, as this game was going to overtime, we were saying this, there's not either one of those coaches that is going to say, we're happy to get the point and move on. Because both coaches know they, at different times, were in full control of the game.
Did kill a penalty in overtime. I thought Samsonov, I haven't seen him look like that since there was that point in the midway part of last season where he struggled. But that was awkward.
Yeah, it was. Now, part of it was you don't get a lot of work, and then when they start throwing it to the net, now it starts. Even the Caulfield goal that went off Brody's stick and then looped up and over. Then, I think you'd like to see him, because we did see this late in the preseason, actually, when Montreal was in as well, where point shots where Samsonov isn't looking for it. He simply concedes that I'm just going to try to go down and hope it hits me, rather than try to battle and look around. And I know. Sometimes you can do that and it doesn't matter. It's hard to look through 2 or 3 bodies. But you'd like to see him maybe out a little bit more. Even if you got to make contact with the guy standing at the top of the crease, you got to let him know you're there and at least use him instead of a screen. Use him as an extra piece of equipment. So that is something that I think I noticed in preseason. Remember, Montreal came back with a couple of goals in the third period in preseason on Samsonov, and they were long shots again. They were redirections or it might have been screens, but that's where you like to see a little more battle from him.
I think it was going to be interesting, too, how the Leafs were going to deploy the goaltenders this year. How many games in a row do you give Samsonov before you go to Wall? Because even coming into the year, Samsonov wasn't going to be a number 1 60-game guy the way Freddie Anderson was for this team when he was here. Joseph Wall was going to get a certain amount of games, and it was more than 20, let's say. But now, do you look at it and say, I'm going to get Joseph Wall in next game because I want him to kind of get his feet going here? Or do you look at it and say, well, maybe we go give Samsonov another game just to give him a mulligan. You get 2 in a row. You get your confidence going. There's 2 ways of looking at it. I'm probably looking at it saying, I need to get this kid in because I want to see what he's got early in the year because he might take the ball and run with it early.
Yeah. I think even coming in before this game, I would have said you got to give Wall one of the 3 home games to start.
Right.
Now, third game is Chicago, and that's going to be a little bit of circuit with Connor Bedard coming here. So you might say it might make more sense to make it Minnesota. But I'm with you. And I think of it more on the Samsonov side, that they don't want to look like they're going to punish him for giving up 5 in the opener. And now, wait, you've got to have a great game before you're going to play back-to-backs. Some guys don't handle that well. Some guys need the leeway that, you know what, if I have a bit of an off night, let me be like everybody else in the lineup where I'm back out the next game.
Players love that, like just knowing that there's some confidence behind you, that you can make a mistake. And like the best players in the world make mistakes all the time, but they go right back out there. And the nature of being a goaltender, every mistake you make ends up in the back of the net, and it becomes magnified. And tonight was that night for him. The thing he doesn't have going for him is he didn't have a great preseason. So no one's coming in thinking, man, this guy was lights out and it was just a one-off. It's like, I've kind of seen that for the last couple weeks.
Personally, if it was up to me, I'd go with Wall Saturday. But what I think is going to happen is Samsonov gets back in Saturday just to say, okay, let's just settle things down. A lot of strange bounces. We had defensemen falling down and everything else. Yeah. Just so that we don't have the optic that we're blaming you for the 5 goals against, even though he could have been better. But like we said, you don't get a lot of shots, and when you do, they're fluttering off sticks or they're breakaways on giveaways and everything else. And, even was it the new hook goal, which was with the 2-on-1, the odd man rush. So, you've got to kind of put it down into, it's 65 minutes, but if you want to define it, you say he came through in overtime, he came through in the shootout.
Yeah.
So and in the moment,
he made a great save on Suzuki in the shootout.
Yeah. So it's so that's looked like the curling championships. He was trying to sweep it into the net.
Swing and a miss.
But it was I think they go back to Samsonov Saturday. But I think regardless of the outcome Saturday, I think I'd go with Joseph Wall on Monday, because I don't think you want him to wait a week or 2 weeks or whatever it is before you get him into the swing of things.
The beauty of this game was, because it's the opening game, you could circle Klingberg, Reeves, Minton, Gregor, Domi, and Bertuzzi, and understand, even though there were some missteps tonight, that these guys are really good hockey players, and you could see how they could add to this picture.
And isn't it funny how we're not talking about how they're going to react to other teams being tough?
Yeah.
You can be the aggressor.
Reeves snuffed that out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something, there were some strange calls tonight. Against both teams, that really became turning points in the game.
How about some stuff that went uncalled?
That's what I mean. When Marner was interfered with in front of the net, you're going, wait, we've called about 8 one-handed hooks in this game, and a guy gets filled in.
Buried.
There was, and I think Suzuki took a penalty, and you're going, was that on Max Domi? And Domi, it looked like just fell. It caught his thigh. And that ended up being a power play goal for the Leafs as well. So it was a strange game in a lot of ways. I mean, this did, Jimmer, have that 80s feel to it. That it was
Absolutely.
It was a Montreal Toronto game in the 80s where it was going to be.
Remember, Chicago would come here early in the season and
double
digits.
7-5, 8-6
You know what you learn about these games? They have a great entertainment value, and the fans like it. The people watching at home like it. The coaches are going back into their office and they're cracking open a beer and they're saying, "What the hell was that? We just practiced for a month on all this stuff and it went out the window, and it was the most random thing ever." But when you have the kind of offensive firepower the Leafs have, at least you have some reassurance in a game like this. When you need to kind of outscore your problems, you do. And listen, Austin Matthews to start the season with 3 goals in Game 1, I really thought he was going to turn back the clock and put 4 up, and I thought that was going to be really cool for him to do that again on opening night. But, man, he looks different this year. Like, it looks like he's back. And I know we said it at times last year where it was like, man, he's going to heat up. He can do it. There's just something about him this year where it looks like he's ready to rock.
For lack of a better term, he's crisp.
Yeah.
Everything, he's handling the puck well. I remember there was so many times last year, and this might have been related to the hand injury, or I'm going to say 99% was, couldn't handle passes, tape to tape.
Bouncing off the stick.
Bouncing off the stick.
You noticed that a lot, the bouncing off the stick.
Yep.
And the other one that was pretty evident is last year, hitting the glass a lot on shots.
Yeah.
Right? Like, just didn't have enough to put it under the bar or that low kind of zinger he has.
Yeah, and tonight you see him do it in different ways, too.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And the other thing, on the tying goal, Willie Nylander made a great play.
Yep.
Coming out of the left wing circle. And instead of just trying to force it early, draws the defenseman to him, then throws it to Matthews, and it almost got to the point where it got a little video game-ish, where it was like that had never happened in a game. Where a guy'd cradle it on the goal line and then take a step out and go around the goal. No, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah,
but it did.
Well, and you mentioned Nylander, so there's another question mark solved. Going into a contract year, and he looked magnificent tonight.
But Jimmy, when you look at every time the Edmonton Oilers come back in a game, you know who's on the score sheet. So I think, to me, that is the story of the game, that it was Matthews with 3. It was Nylander. It was Mitch Marner in the shootout. I mean, that's what you need. I mean,
right.
that's got to be the difference in the regular season. That's eventually got to be the difference in the postseason. But it's good to see. I think you would have that stretch the Leafs had from early in the second period to early in the third period. I think that's what you expected more for 60 minutes.
Yep.
Rather than for 20 where they dominated. But, hopefully it's something they can build on anyway.
There was a couple things that this team needed. You have a little checklist going in the summer, and surely they addressed it, like, the toughness, having a guy like Ryan Reeves, some speed with Domi. Tyler Bertuzzi, at one point tonight, when he got into that scrum in front of the net and he was throwing punches with his gloves on, they had a close-up of him with the hair everywhere and the teeth out, and all I was thinking was, this team needed a little Sudbury. Like, this team needed a little bit of Sudbury, you know what I mean? It's just a mindset.
Oh, now, wait a minute, because you played in Sudbury.
Dude, it's great.
I'm from the Sioux. So what you're saying is there was too much Sioux and not enough Sudbury.
I didn't say that. I didn't even imply that.
I think you did. Sounded pretty clear to me.
You know what I mean, though? Like,
no, I know.
Just that, like, it's kind of like it's just a little reckless. Like he's giving guys shots at between the whistles and after the play, and even just the way he plays. Like, Jimmy, you and I were talking. There was the one shift. He comes down the wing and he just fires an innocent shot on net, but then he goes right up to the goalie and he kind of makes his presence felt. Yeah. And we drew the comparison. We're like, if that was Engvall, no offense to Pierre Engvall, but if that was Engvall, it would have been the big loop, turn back,
Absolutely.
And then who knows when the puck gets to net. It's just like, this guy's just meat and potatoes, but he's actually pretty good. And then you get the close-up, and you're like, oh, man, the fans are going to love that.
Yeah, and every now and then there's that certain – Darcy Tucker didn't quite have the hair as long, but it's sort of that same thing. It's not a big guy, but seems fearless.
Yeah.
And you're not going to intimidate him, and he's going to get in there, and he's going to go nose to nose. And, like we just said, I mean, it's not about how are the Leafs going to respond to physical play. They can be the initiators.
Reeves initiated it tonight for me. Like, so he has a big hit. I can't remember who the first hit was on, but the second hit is on Caden Gooley, and he catches him right in the numbers. He doesn't get called on that, but he has no choice now, Arbor Jacki, because he's on the ice. He's like, I got to go fight the guy. I got to go fight him.
Marty St. Louis would like that as well.
For sure.
Like, even though, it costs you 2 minutes and everything else, I still think, as much as the Leafs are saying, I mean, Montreal's got a young core. I think the third youngest team in the league.
Yeah.
And to have somebody like that stand up for you after a big hit, I think is important.
Well, when was the last time you see that situation where someone on the other team is saying, someone on Toronto just ran around for a full shift, and
we got to do something.
I got to call his bluff. I got to fight him. Like, it never happens here. So I thought Ryan Reeves asserted himself really well into the game tonight.
Yeah, and I mean, now you look at it, and pretty much, I guess, aside from Minton, Nyes, and Yarncroc, you've got sandpaper on every line. I'm not saying that they're not capable of playing tough or anything else.
Nice, good.
But now, but I think history in the league.
Right
now, you've got from Reeves to Bertuzzi to Domi. You've got guys on every line where it's not just, hey, we've got Kyle Clifford or we've got Wayne Simmons, and he's going to be our tough guy. And
guys that can play.
Yeah.
What do you think the underpants cam looked like on Matty Nyes when he took that penalty in overtime?
Oh God.
What do you think?
Oh, skid marks.
Boy, and he almost ended it in overtime before that, too.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. A great opportunity for it.
Yeah.
Well, there are some elements here that we haven't had before, so I think we're fascinated to see where this goes.
Yeah, it's you do like the fact that they had that 22 minutes of domination. And Jimmy, we talked about this before the game. You watched the games last night.
Yeah.
I mean, this had some similarities to Nashville, Tampa, where there were long stretches where one team dominated. And ultimately, it was the skilled guys turnover. And even, Pittsburgh blows a 2-0 lead last night to the Blackhawks. So it's
wasn't that the thing last year? Remember early on in the season last year?
It was all kinds of comebacks.
We kept talking about it. Man, teams are blowing leads like crazy, and there's all kinds of comebacks. Here we are, back at it again. And early in the season, I feel like things just aren't as tight. Everyone's a little looser, and you got some new players trying to find their mark on the team and making some adjustments. But that'll be the big thing. Like, I don't think the Leafs are practicing tomorrow. I think it is a day off. But when they get back to practice, I can guarantee you it's going to be a 15-minute meeting on like D-zone structure, and they're getting on the ice, and it's all X's and O's, because ultimately, like, that's what was a little bit of the difference for them at 5-on-5 tonight. I know you need to compete, you need to win battles, all that kind of stuff, but it seemed like it was an X and O's kind of thing for them.
Yeah, it's all stuff guys already know, but it's just got to be drilled back into your head that that's kind of the important thing. Although you will say, once you go down 2-0, it's kind of like, we got to let the horses out of the barn, right? Yeah. We got to start to gamble a little bit, and especially almost going down 3-0 before the goal was called back. You could see that maybe situationally the Leafs said, screw it. We got to go. We got to get back in this game and try to take it over, and it almost worked till Montreal sinks a couple of long ones.
Ralphie, appreciate you hanging around.
Okay, wait 10 minutes before you say my name on the radio. It'll take me that long to get in the car.
Will you text us when you're home?
Text you. I'll let you know the traffic.
Let us know you got home safe.
Yeah, it's a little cold. Can I borrow your jacket?
It's freezing in here.
I know.
Oh, really, guy?
Yeah. First time in here?
Yeah.
All right, boys. Thanks.
Thank you. 6-5, the Leafs win in a shootout over Montreal on opening night. This is Molson Canadian Leafs hockey. Leafs game night on TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
The Diamond Solitaire is the quintessential engagement ring.
A simple gold band elevates the diamond, profoundly elegant.
That diamond is the symbol of a lifelong commitment.
Right now, a truly fantastic 3/4 carat created diamond solitaire style number 1111 is just $2,399. Michael, tell them about the freedom we give them.
When you buy a Diamond Solitaire from Spence Diamonds, you are free to change the mounting style of your solitaire toward any other style of ring within 1 year of the date of purchase. And we will credit you with the full value of the mounting you trade in, which means you can choose from 154 different styles of solitaires.
154 different styles.
You heard the part about the $2,399, didn't you? For 3/4 carat for solitaire style 1111.
We want you to be happy.
We want you to live happily ever after.
It's a great time to get engaged.
It's always a great time to get engaged.
Spence. Located in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga. Alpine News Network is here live with one of our superheroes.
I run at sonic speeds, but I'm not as quick as the fastest computer. And that's exactly what Sam needed. She runs an IT firm and needed an upgrade. Within 24 hours, she was approved for a business loan. After, I stuck around to play some online games. My legs might be fast, but my thumbs, even faster.
Own your home? Need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
To Klingberg. Klingberg with a shot in traffic, knocked down. Couple of loose pucks in front. Cleared to the line, kept in by Klingberg. Nylander gets his pass down low off Marner's stick. Tavares trying to dig it free out of a maze of legs. Big pile up back of the net. Marner trying to sift it along. Stolen by the Canadiens, but not out. Nylander down low. Shot scores! Austin Matthews! Holy mackerel! 3 goals, he's tied the game!
TSN's Player of the Game.
It's got to be Austin Matthews tonight, doesn't it, Jimmy?
Yeah.
3 goals on the night, and a big reason why the Leafs were able to mount a comeback and win this game. And listen, it's going to be a big year for this guy. I know he scored 60 goals in the past. He had 40 last year. But I don't know, just something about him. Ralphie mentioned the word crisp. I feel like that's very appropriate for how he looks on the ice. His skating looks smooth. It looks like he's got better control of the puck. He's got a lot of command with his shot. Even in overtime, I thought he was going to get his 4th when he was slicing and dicing his way through the D on his way to the net. Austin Matthews is going to have a big year, and he had a big night 1.
I want you to go back to Bonesy's description there. Klingberg keeps the puck in. That puck came back at 100 miles an hour and it died on his stick.
Yeah.
Not many people can do that.
No, that's the skill level that he has, right? And we saw it a few times tonight. He makes a nice stretch pass to Noah Gregor, heads up play, catches him coming off the bench. But, you know, John Klingberg at times in his career has been one of the premier offensive defensemen in this league, and now he's getting a great opportunity here with the Maple Leafs to do what he does best. He has 2 assists on the night, and he plays just under 25 minutes, just under 5 minutes on the power play. I thought it was a really good performance for John Klingberg, +2, and kind of showed us how he's going to be able to get up in the rush, but really his bread and butter is going to be right across the blue line, right where he makes that play to keep that puck in, like you talk about, puck dead on his stick, and then he makes a play with it. I think the power play is just going to get better and better as he gets acclimated, and as far as, knowing what they want to do, what their schemes are, and, at times the power play looked a little unsure tonight, but it came through in a big way. Got the Leafs 2 big power play goals.
The guy who did that regularly was Lidstrom.
Yeah.
Stopping it just dead on his stick. It wouldn't even bounce. It would just die.
You know what was crazy about Lidstrom watching him play? He hardly ever stick-handled the puck. Because you're right, the puck would just die on his stick, so he didn't have to overhandle it. And so many times, over my career, coaches would tell you, watch some clips of Lidstrom and see what he does. He doesn't overhandle the puck. Yeah, because the puck's never spinning on him. He was so good at that. The other thing he was really good at was batting the puck out of the air. You would try and make like a soft chip play around Lidstrom. He would bat it right out of the air, settle it down, and send it the other way. And if you were a young player, you were going back to the bench, and you probably weren't going back on the ice. And if you were not a very good player, you might be getting a one-way ticket to Norfolk.
Oh.
Oh, no,
sounds
guy.
painful. I just want to mention that, in the early part of the game, you could see his frustration on the power play. He was talking to himself.
He was, yeah. And you could even see Guy Boucher kind of going back and forth with Sheldon Keefe on the bench in the early goings when the power play wasn't really clicking. And that's part of it, right? Like, this is game 1 of game 82. It's going to be a process for these guys all season long. Ultimately, they just need to be ready for the playoffs. And this power play, if it's going to be like the way it was tonight, where it gets you 2 big goals and you can count on it, that's going to be massive come playoff time. I know we're getting a little bit of ahead of ourselves, but you start thinking, okay, what's going to be the MO of this team? What's going to make this team a very good team? And the power play certainly needs to be a big part of it. Jimmy, I do have one honorable mention for player of the game tonight. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, Guy.
You.
Oh.
You are an honorable mention for player of the game. You're battling it tonight. Yeah. You stuck it out. You're a warrior.
I have past experience with this stuff, so not the first time in this building this has happened. But nonetheless, I just think that the way I would describe this team, just based on one night, is the actual stars of the team might be able to shine better because everybody else is doing their job. Does that make sense?
For sure, right? Like when everyone's doing their job below you, the star players feel like there's some players that have a little more ownership of the team. And listen, you're always going to win and lose with your leaders. They're the ones that lead the way. But when you get a little more production, a little more ownership from guys lower in the lineup, it just takes a little bit of the burden off guys like that. And I think where that burden lies a lot of times with this team is going to be that stuff we talked about with Ralphie, right? It's like there's a little physicality involved. There's a little bit like, hey, I just lost a puck battle to you. I'm going to let you hear about it, and you're going to feel it on the way out. And even as this game went on, you felt like the Leafs weren't going to go quietly. I love that scrum. I know Tyler Bertuzzi gets the extra 2 for kind of jabbing at Jake Allen while he's down, but that would never happen to the Leafs before. No one has ever taken an extra jab at a goaltender. Meanwhile, he does. Everyone jumps on him, and he's throwing haymakers with his glove on. Like, I think the fans are really going to have an appreciation for it, but even more importantly, his line mates are going to like that kind of stuff because they know they're on the ice with someone who's got a little bit of that jam, a little bit of that competitive fire. And listen, hockey is a rough sport. And, so, like, size seems to do well in this sport regardless of the era that we're playing in. And he has a little bit of both.
Let me say this. In the past, others would have tried. This is legitimate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I feel like you're not trying to put a square peg in a round hole with the guys you got. And, we talked in the pregame about that term I always use, identity crisis. You don't have those guys that don't know exactly what they are. The group of guys that have been brought in to be a little mean, a little tougher, play with a little bit of an edge, that's what they're going to do on a night-to-night basis. And you even get a little bit of offensive output. First goal of the game tonight, Noah Gregor gets his first of the year streaking in, coming off the bench, and it's a nice wrist shot, and we saw him hit the crossbar in the first period. We saw him, physical, finishing his hits, all the kind of stuff, all the prerequisites that you need to do in order to be a good fourth liner in the league. He did that, but then you add in the goal, and you're thinking, okay, like, we might have something here. And the fourth line, like, that's a pretty good makeup of a fourth line. You got a speed, energy guy in Gregor. You got a responsible centerman in David Kampf, and you got Ryan Reeves, who is going to bring the energy, bring the noise, bring the heat. And he did that tonight. And I think the fans, like, it wasn't overly loud in here tonight. At times, it was fairly quiet. But when Ryan Reeves got into that fight and he went to the dressing room, went to the penalty box, he got the crowd going a little bit. That was the loudest it was in here until Austin Matthews decided he was going to fill the net with 3 goals.
Post-game audio, Austin Matthews on the roller coaster game.
Yeah, it was a bit of a roller coaster. I think it's obviously nice to get the win. I think there's a lot of, things that we can definitely clean up and things that, taking care of the puck, some turnover stuff, and a little awareness stuff that we can definitely be better at. And I think it's easy to say it's the first game, but I think it's just those habits you try to build early on in camp and stuff like that. You just want to clean up early. So nice to get the win, but definitely a lot we can take from here.
Were you surprised the building was as dead as it was to open going in the first period?
I didn't think it was very dead at all, honestly. I thought it was going pretty good.
Austin, what positives can you take? Obviously, there's stuff to clean up, but the way you guys found a way to win this game?
Yeah, I think the power play, obviously that was big for us. Came up with a couple big goals just to get us back into it. I saw at Camper's line was probably our best and most consistent line tonight, and that's always a positive. So, little things there are obviously big for us, and step by step.
Three goals on tonight. Any thoughts on what Vivek graded for you guys?
I didn't remember it, honestly. It didn't register, so I'll have to give it a listen here later tonight.
What about for you getting off to such a good start in the last couple of years? You've had some nagging injuries, and that doesn't come out well to be able to set the tone.
Yeah, it's always nice to obviously get off, to a start like this. It's always nice to win the game too. So, like I said, there's a lot of things we can clean up, but obviously a lot of positives. Just finding a way, keeping our heads down and just working and finding a way to win the game. So,
it's all odd to score 3 and maybe not even have one of your top kind of games.
I don't know, Steve. I don't know, man.
Did you feel you were playing real well before the goals were coming? Or?
No, not really. Honestly, I thought we could, it was a little bit sloppy on our end from, maybe the first period and a half, and I thought we started to kind of get some shifts together and start rolling a little bit. But, I think that's the beauty of the game, that it just takes kind of one opportunity to kind of swing the momentum, and that's what we did.
Austin Matthews, a back-and-forth game, to say the least.
Yeah, it was, and early on, Montreal, it felt like they had their legs early. Jake Evans scores on a breakaway, and it's a good bounce for Montreal because TJ Brody blows a tire on that, and then early on in the second period, 1:10 in, Alex Newhook gets his first of the year, and it's a sloppy play by the Leafs in the offensive zone. Defenseman goes to pinch, and the forward that's covering up for him decides he's going to enter the zone and gets tangled up, and next thing you know, it's a 3-on-2, and 3-on-2 that turns into a 2-on-1. But, if you want to call it the TSN turning point of the game, Jimmy, it's when Cole Caulfield thinks that he scored on the power play to make it 3-0 for Montreal.
Yeah, that's the first one.
Yeah, exactly. That's the first TSN turning point. This game was so eventful. There were multiple TSN turning points. But Cole Caulfield thinks that he's got his first of the year, and sure enough, the Leafs challenge it for offside, and it's a great call because it does come back, and you could feel, there was just something deflating about that for the Habs, and then Noah Gregor makes it 2-1, and then from that point on, the rest of the second period was all Leafs. And yes, they get the power plays, and that helps them, but, from the whole second period, after Alex Newhook scores, it feels like it's all Leafs in that second period, and they find a way to come out of that period on top 3-2.
Yeah, but not a great start to the third period, and I still like that 4:45 left face-off deep in the Montreal zone. They pull Samson off and get a goal. I thought that was marvelous.
Yeah, it's such a luxury for this team to know that in a 6-on-5 situation, they're going to have guys that can, A, possess the puck so easily and so freely, but B, get it back. That's the big, you can win a face-off, you can have the puck, you get your shot on net, but to get it back, that's the hard part, because you got to remember, the other team has their best defensive players on the ice for those situations, and they're really good at exiting the zone and sending the puck down the ice and not icing it. And, for the Leafs to keep retrieving those pucks, it wasn't the big bruising guys that you think of in those situations. It's a guy like Nylander. It's a guy like Marner. It's disrupting the play just enough that you can stall it and maybe win a puck battle, and that's exactly what they did. And they're just so good at spreading the ice out and finding ways to find cracks in the defensive zone structure. And Austin Matthews was the benefactor of 2 big goals, one to make it 5-4, one to make it 5-5. But a lot of efforts go into that, whether it's Tavares or William Nylander or Mitch Marner. Those guys, when the chips were down, they really came through. And let's be honest, Jimmy, they bailed out the goaltender. That's what it was tonight. They bailed out the goaltender because, I don't care how much offensive firepower you have. If you can't get a save, very difficult to win hockey games. The Leafs found a way to do that tonight.
So in that respect, Jake Allen stopped 37 of 42. At the other end, it was 19 of 24 for Samsonov, and here he is post-game.
Not fun game for the goalies, especially for Toronto goalies. I don't know. Too many bounds, yes. All right, we have what we have. I'm just try focus on the next shot and try to win this game. And I'm trying to forget about what's going on. Sometimes we have this game. It's not too fun, but it's okay. We win. We have 2 points, and I'm so excited about the result.
What did you make of Austin's play tonight?
Oh, it's great. 3 goals, It's a big confidence for him. I thought what he was doing on a practice, and I see he's so motivated this year and fun to watch.
Will you take anything from this game, Ilya? Do you just not even watch the video, or how will you?
I want to just forget this game. Yeah, and we'll watch some video with Curtis. Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Yeah, but hard to say right now because it's bounce, yeah, whatever. I'm here for get better every day. We have a day off tomorrow again. Yeah, we have a practice before Minnesota game. We'll be focused, what I need to do. Yeah, how I said, I want to forget about this game and just keep them forward.
Did you have a thought on the new goal song for you guys? Did you notice the new song?
Just a little bit. Yeah, you listen a little bit new one. It's fun.
What did you say to yourself when it was 5-3? Because you had to be perfect from then on to give the team a chance. How did you settle down? Yeah,
how I said, just concentration for the next shot, next puck, and we have the best players in the world. Yeah, I believe these guys, and everybody knows in this lucky room we doesn't matter 2-3, 5-0. We have a chance to win.
Thanks, Elliot.
Yeah, thank you.
That is Samsonov post-game. I think I might go with him Saturday night. How about you?
Yeah, I probably would, just because it may send the wrong message to go to Wall right away. And I think if you put the ball in Samsonov's court and say, listen, wasn't a great game 1, but you're going to get an opportunity to go back into it in game 2, show us something a little bit better. then it makes the decision much easier to go to Wall in Game 3, because regardless of how it goes, it makes sense. It's like, if it doesn't go well for him in Game 2, you say, okay, we gave you 2 in a row, we're going to get Wall in. If it goes well for him, you say, hey, great bounce-back game, did a good job, now we're going to put the kid in. Like, I think that's the smart move. I wouldn't be surprised if they went to Joseph Wall just to say, okay, we want to get this kid in.
Yeah.
But it feels like the messaging behind that would be a little panic-inducing, and I don't think they want to do that in Game 2 out of 82. It's a long season, and you need both goaltenders to be engaged and sharp and mentally dialed in. And so, for Samsonov, I think you give him one more game here before you make the switch to go to Joseph Wall. But, I mean, if he's giving you that, again, you kind of know exactly where he's at, and it's going to be an uphill battle for him to find the form that he found at times last year that made him a very good goaltender. And statistically, in high-danger chances, he was the best goalie in the league last year.
Yeah, it's just too early to paint yourself into a corner. And you
It
won
really
the game.
is.
You won the game anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. So, you know what? You won the game. Your goaltender didn't play great. You got away with one, if you want to call it that, although that should have been a victory with ease against the Montreal Canadiens team that's young and somewhat inexperienced. And you kind of saw the inexperience on the Montreal side of things when that Cole Caulfield goal got called back, right? It just felt like it really deflated them, and they weren't able to get going. I give them some credit, though. Like, they came out in the third period, and they played quite well.
Yeah.
And, the youth started to show again when the Leafs pulled the goalie and then they weren't able to clear pucks, and, the Leafs were able to extend offensive zone possessions. Like, those were the things that went well for Toronto. They didn't go well for Montreal. And I'm sure the post-game show in Montreal was talking about how they couldn't clear the puck for basically 5 minutes at the end of the game, and find a way to preserve a 2-goal lead. But we're talking about the other narrative.
Yes. Yes, Guy, we are.
Any thoughts on the goal song?
Well, it's a change, which was that sort of is a win right there.
Yeah, I like it, actually. Like, when I was thinking about what a new goal song could be in Toronto, it's hard to find something that is distinct and uniquely Toronto, because you think of some of the artists that come from Toronto. It's Drake, and I'm not convinced there's a Drake song that makes sense to be a goal song. I'm not convinced there's a Justin Bieber song that would have made sense. That's why my take before the game, Jimmy, was Bieber wrote a song specifically for Leafs scoring a goal.
No, Guy.
No, that wasn't the case, but I remember listening to the song that they made the goal song, listening to that pregame back when I was playing. The boys all getting fired up for the game listening to that. It's got good energy. It gets right to the chorus. You know what they say, right? Don't bore us. Get to the chorus.
Oh.
Yes, Guy.
I like that.
Yes, Guy.
And in this particular case, our version of that is, we'll hear from Mitch Marner next. This is Leafs Game Night at TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
Let's go, football fans. This week on Let's Go with Tom Brady and Larry Fitzgerald and me, Jim Gray.
It's a great culture up there in New England. We've had a great culture for a long time, as long as I was a part of it. It's tough to see teams lose, and I think you realize the competitiveness of the NFL. It's a very difficult league to win. And when you do win, you need to appreciate it, because it's a hard thing to do.
Listen now to the extended version of Let's Go, exclusively on the SiriusXM app, included with all our trials and popular plans. Let's go, baby.
Let's go. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
The general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Danny Briere.
Have the fans been patient? What's their buy-in been for the rebuild?
I think the one thing we've done is we're trying to be transparent with our fans and be honest. And I think our fans are too smart. The response seems to have been really good. I hope they're as excited as I am, and it feels that way so far.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
If you're a soccer fan, you know that this music means one thing. The Champions League is on SiriusXM FC.
Hat-trick for Erling Haaland. Kane scores!
The top teams from around Europe are battling for club soccer's holy grail.
Real Madrid do what they do best. What a start for Inter!
Hear all the top Champions League matches all tournament long on SiriusXM FC 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen. Walks in. Put it between his legs. Shoots it. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
Hi, this is Ray Hudson, and for all the biggest matches from club soccer's holy grail, the UEFA Champions League, tune in to SiriusXM FC 157.
Leafs Game Night live from Scotiabank Arena. So we're talking about Mitch Marner going into the break, and he says the ice was not good at Scotiabank Arena tonight, and even from up here you could see that.
Yeah, you could. Well, TJ Brodie falls early on in the game. It leads to the Jake Evans goal. Timothy Liljegren has a pizza. Puck bounces over his stick, and that leads to the Jesse Ullinen goal. So, yeah, the ice wasn't great. Guys were falling all night long. It's something that the arena, I'm sure they'll get on it. They got the best people working here. As long as Drake's not playing a concert every other weekend, I'm sure they're going to be fine here with the ice, Jimmy.
Okay, here's Coach Keefe on the intensity of tonight's game.
Now on the Leafs Radio Network, Maple Leafs head coach Sheldon Keefe.
Yeah, you do, for sure. So that's what I take from it. I mean, his game presented almost everything that you can think of in the game, and it's all over the place, which you don't love to see. You chalk it up maybe as an early season. These things are always easy to process when you get the 2 points. But there's a lot of things we gotta do better than we did tonight.
What were your thoughts about Fraser Minton's debut?
I thought it was good. I think you could tell that. Well, first of all, the game that's not a preseason game. Well, it's played a lot faster, a lot more intense. There's no shifts off. So I thought you could tell was adjusting to that. It's his first exposure to that. But I thought he got better as the game went on, which was really good to see.
Is there anyone's game you liked tonight?
I thought our fourth line was outstanding. Kemp, Gregor, and Reeves were great. Reeves, the way he started the game. 2 great hits, gets the crowd involved, draws an instigator on a fight, gives our team every opportunity to score in the power play, and was consistently good throughout the game. So that was a real. That's what I take away from the game. I was really pleased to see that.
One of the many turning points was the offside. Or do you just take us through that process? Because if they go up 3-0, it's probably very good.
It's a huge moment. Obviously, you're relieved. I think there was a decent amount of time from the entry to the goal. I'd kind of forgotten that they had a tight entry there, and our video staff, Jordan Bean, Sam Kim, they're all over it. So they had radioed in right away that to Dean Chanel from the bench that this may be offside. So we told the guys just to be give us a little bit of time, but they didn't need much time. They were pretty certain that it was.
What do you make of how Austin Matthews was able to get the goals at timely?
Yes, I mean that's what you need from your best people. At times, when it's looking dire, the game's kind of slipping away. You need that. I would like it to start that way and get out in front of it. But I like the way that those guys responded. I thought that line got better as the game wore on, and for Austin to come through and have a start like that. That's good for him, good and really good for us.
Samson hasn't had many games like this, showing that you have confidence that he's practice here and move on to practice right.
Yeah. It's tough game for him, right? Not a lot of action, big gaps between shots, especially in the second and third periods. Yet a lot of really dangerous shots and dangerous looks. So I think that like a lot of things today, you get the 2 points, you move on from it. And I guess before I say that, he stood his ground when we were shorthanded in overtime, and he's perfect in the shootout. So let's build upon that.
What's your sense of the bench when it was 5-3?
We lost some life for sure. It was tough. It's tough, tough in those moments, but we needed to get one. Obviously, we were able to do that, pull the goalie early and give the guys a chance to go, and got that one in. So now you feel like you're there, but it was definitely a tough one, especially the way the nature of the way some of the goals were happening. You just feel like it's not your night. I don't know how many times we fell down or gave the puck, whiffed on the puck, or just little things like that you're not expecting to happen. a lot of that was going on tonight.
The Habs obviously going to give you a tough game in OHL in Montreal, but most people are picking them to be last in this division, albeit a tough division. What did you see from them tonight as far as what they could be about this year?
Well, I mean, obviously we played them 3 times in preseason, and we saw a lot of their players kind of split squad type looks. And they got lots of skill. They move the puck well. You know, they're really deep down the middle of the ice, you know, which presents some challenges. And you know, I think their defense moves well, and they play well with the puck. So they're a very opportunistic group. They always have been every time we've played them, and we made too many mistakes tonight that made it easy on them. When you do that, they got guys that can score, as they showed tonight.
Jimmy, it wasn't the way they drew it up, but ultimately the Leafs find a way to win this game. And over the course of an 82-point season, you're going to have to win some games that aren't necessarily the prettiest, and I think that's something you can take away from this if you're a Leaf fan. You're thinking, okay, game at times wasn't going their way. We saw Montreal not carry some play, but like Sheldon Keefe talked about, they score goals at the right times. They are an opportunistic team, and that's something you need to watch out for. Like, Ilya Samsonov wasn't great tonight. They also put him to sleep in the second period. The guy got 2 shots in the second period. He made 1 save. And I think with the way we've seen Ilya Samsonov play, he gets 1 mulligan here. Yeah. But now it's time for him to turn things around going forward.
Frankie C, take the rest of the night off.
I'm out of here, Jimmy.
Leafs Game Night, TSN 1050 and the Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
Eliminated. That's when the coaches come. Okay, it's time to step back. Everyone needs to get away for a couple of weeks, and then we'll reevaluate where we're at. He did the Roy Scheider. You're going to need a bigger boat. Like they just bury coaches. So I said, you finally got to rip this thing apart. The entire rip job for this entire organization was buying out Blake Wheeler. That was it. Like, does getting rid of Blake Wheeler fix this? Like, we're not going to do this again next year?
No, I don't think it fixes it completely. Like, maybe it helps a little bit to get him out of there and move on from at least one of these pieces that clearly wasn't working and the writing had been on the wall for a while. I still think the Jets, to me, are the trickiest team to figure out going into next season because I see talent, but I also see an organization that's been in dysfunction, and there's all these off-ice, situations and articles that are written and players not wanting to be there that make it, kind of toxic a little bit. It feels like there's a bit of a dark cloud looming over this team. But then I look at the roster, I take all of that outside noise away, and I say, hey, this is a pretty talented team that could actually be a playoff team next year. So I don't know what to make of the Jets, but no, I don't think that they've completely fixed all of those off-ice issues yet. I don't know how far we want to take this thing anyways, if you're Winnipeg, and maybe you want one last look at this roster this year to see if, Hellebuck, Morrissey, Scheifele, this sort of core group can actually get it done. You take one final look at it. If, we're at Christmas time or New Year's and the team is playing really well, maybe you think that you still have the right mix here. If it's going the other way, then we're going to have those conversations about possibly moving pieces out and maybe taking a match to this thing at some point.
You got to reward Chevy for making the playoffs. The bonus hiring, it seemed a little underwhelming at the time because everyone was so pumped that they might get Trotz, and then they didn't get Trotz, but I thought it worked out well for bonus for most parts of the season. It's trying to understand what the Jets are going forward because it's felt toxic for so long. I thought Kevin Cheveldayoff was going to be the player in the NHL this summer making the big moves. He didn't make those moves other than a buyout, and I wonder what we're going back to this year. That's where my C- comes from.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 11th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. 7 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Montreal Canadiens. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947. Canadiens feed on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators. Hurricanes feed on XM 219, Internet 925. Senators feed on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Bruins feed on Sirius 217, XM 220, and Internet 922. Blackhawks feed on Internet 926. 10 p.m. Calgary Flames face the Winnipeg Jets. Flames feed on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 924. Jets feed on Internet 951. 10 p.m. Vancouver Canucks face the Edmonton Oilers. Canucks feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 948. Oilers feed on Internet 931. 10 p.m. LA Kings face the Colorado Avalanche. Kings feed on XM 219, Internet 933. Avalanche feed on Internet 927. For full coverage of the NHL regular season, playoffs, and hockey across the world, tune into SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 11th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. 7 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Montreal Canadiens. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947. Canadiens feed on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators. Hurricanes feed on XM 219, Internet 925. Senators feed on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Bruins feed on Sirius 217, XM 220, and Internet 922. Blackhawks feed on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Calgary Flames face the Winnipeg Jets. Flames feed on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 924. Jets feed on Internet 951. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks face the Edmonton Oilers. Canucks feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 948. Oilers feed on Internet 931.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
We head to Northern California for this edition of Boomer Gordon and Jay Kahn's 2023 NHL General Manager Report Cards. The guys are focusing on the San Jose Sharks and their first-time GM, former player Mike Greer. This is a team in transition, and both guys take that into account in handing Greer his mark on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91.
Mike Greer and the San Jose Sharks getting their grade. It was not a good year for the Sharks. We knew it was not going to be. But he's getting a good grade. How does that work? Well, listen up. I'm giving him a B, Jake. B for blow it up. Because
capital B.
Finally, there's some sensibility there and people saying, you know what we have here isn't good enough. At the height of San Jose's problems, they were married to about 6 big bad contracts with plenty of term left, and we thought, how are they going to navigate this? And piece by piece, they have done that. They got Evander Kane off the books, which was a tricky one. They got Martin Jones off the books for the most part. It was a buyout, and there's still 4 years left on a buyout, but it's far more affordable than his original contract. Brent Burns was moved this summer by Greer to Carolina in a deal that made a ton of sense to me, and they had to make the dollars work. I get it, but they're going in the right direction. If you look at contracts that they, from that previous iteration of the Sharks that they would have wanted to absolve themselves from, it's basically Marc-Edouard Vlasic and Erik Karlsson. Vlasic's got 3 years left, and Karlsson's got 4. Jake, when this all really started for me, I would say the apex of this "what are the Sharks thinking" conversation was probably Thomas Hertl.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at it and going, at the time, I believe he was 27, he's 29 now. We were saying, okay, the Sharks are bad. They're a bad hockey team, and they're going to have to be bad for a while to get this thing turned around. Does it make more sense, because he's arguably your best player now, to trade him out and acquire capital to start the rebuild, or do you want to keep your best player around and do you want to pay him? The Sharks elected to keep him, and Hertl elected to stay, which is his decision, of course. I'm sure he loves the Bay Area and all that comes with that, but it didn't make complete sense to me at the time. But you had just paid Logan Couture, and now you're paying Hertl. To me, you'd probably want to start divesting yourself of this team. Instead, you're adding to it, and it didn't make any sense at the time. And Doug Wilson had his health issues, so there was an interim GM, Joe Will, and everything that came with that. But somebody had to come in, and when Mike Greer got hired, he was a little non-committal on the direction he wanted to take the club. But since he's taken over the club, I think every decision he has made has been the right one and start the next phase of San Jose Sharks hockey.
It's going to be a process here in San Jose, and so far in the Mike Rear administration, I've liked the philosophy. I think it's something that's so long overdue. Again, it still kind of feels incomplete, so I'm just going to hedge and go in the C range here because there's not enough that I truly love just yet, but I also don't hate what they're doing, and I think that they're starting to trend in the right direction.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 11th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. 7 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Montreal Canadiens. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947. Canadiens feed on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators. Hurricanes feed on XM 219, Internet 925. Senators feed on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Bruins feed on Sirius 217, XM 220, and Internet 922. Blackhawks feed on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Calgary Flames face the Winnipeg Jets. Flames feed on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 924. Jets feed on Internet 951. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks face the Edmonton Oilers. Canucks feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 948. Oilers feed on Internet 931. 10 p.m., LA Kings face the Colorado Avalanche. Kings feed on XM 219, Internet 933. Avalanche feed on Internet 927. For full coverage of the NHL regular season, playoffs, and hockey across the world, tune into SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 11th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. 7 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Montreal Canadiens. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947. Canadiens feed on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators. Hurricanes feed on XM 219, Internet 925. Senators feed on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Bruins feed on Sirius 217, XM 220, and Internet 922. Blackhawks feed on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Calgary Flames face the Winnipeg Jets. Flames feed on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 924. Jets feed on Internet 951. 10 p.m., Vancouver Canucks face the Edmonton Oilers. Canucks feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 948. Oilers feed on Internet 931.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Boomer Gordon and Jay Kahn continue on with their 2023 NHL General Manager report cards, and this time they focus on the job done last season by a guy who no longer holds that title with the team in the capital of the province of Ontario. On NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 91, the guys go over the work of Kyle Dubas as GM of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and listening to the guys' observations and the grade they gave Dubas, you get a pretty good idea as to why Dubas was let go by the team.
D for Dubas.
Yes. Capital D for Dubas.
D for Dubas. Kyle, you couldn't help yourself. You were a trade junkie for about 2 weeks. You couldn't stop. You wouldn't stop. You overhauled your roster. If you got an 111-point team, why are you bringing 7 new guys onto the roster with a month left in the season? It never works. You let the group play together, grow organically, and build into a cup winner.
I totally understand your point, and I agree with your point here on the turnover. The Leafs just kind of went out and got all these secondary pieces, right? And maybe a couple of them would have been nice, but when you add that many people into a mix, it becomes very difficult. So I'm certainly with you on that. I don't know if there's a couple names there that you liked, but the whole group of it together just seemed like a little bit too much.
I believe at one time the Leafs had 54 defensemen on their roster this year.
It's true. That is true.
So, I mean, it was just crazy. He just kept adding. He couldn't help himself. I remember when the O'Reilly deal popped and thinking, okay, do they really have the cap space? And I only thought that for about 30 seconds because then the reports started coming out. The Leafs aren't done. They got more moves coming. And I'm like, really? I don't know how you even did the first one. And now you're telling me there's 2, let alone all the deals that came along. I hate the trade deadline. I do. But if you're going to make a move, make a move, make it a small one, bolster the roster. But it was chronic this year. I just think it's a team killer. And he went after guys last year. He goes after guys all the time. They've only had 11 picks in the past 3 years, Jake. Yeah. When Dubas took over, they were accumulating picks, and they were going to do the analytics deal where they were going to find players no one else could find until it didn't work. And then they flipped the script and started using their draft picks as capital. The lack of draft picks, the overspending, there's enough on Dubas' resume that he ain't getting no good grades from me.
Well, the D you're giving out could stand for Dubas. I think it could also stand for desperation. And that's what it felt like the last...
Totally.
He felt like a guy that was like, okay, I'm just going to make all of these moves and try everything I can to make this work. And it's either going to work, and they did win a round, like you mentioned off the top, and they lose to Florida in the second round. So it's either going to work, and they're finally going to go on that run, or I'm not going to be around to pay the price for this. And you mentioned some of the prices that are going to be paid in the future and the lack of draft picks. And look, if this group of Maple Leafs doesn't work out, and there's still a chance that this core group does work out and wins the Stanley Cup at some point, if it doesn't, they're going to pay the price down the line because the cupboards aren't going to be stocked and there's not going to be all these draft picks and kind of the next wave of young players. So for me, it kind of reeked of a desperate GM, and I would be with you on the D for Dubas. I think that's completely fair. I think you could maybe even argue to go a little bit lower than that, but I would stick with the D.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Wednesday, October the 11th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. 7 p.m., Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Montreal Canadiens. Maple Leafs feed on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 947. Canadiens feed on Internet 935. 7 p.m., Carolina Hurricanes face the Ottawa Senators. Hurricanes feed on XM 219, Internet 925. Senators feed on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m., Boston Bruins take on the Chicago Blackhawks. Bruins feed on Sirius 217, XM 220, and Internet 922. Blackhawks feed on Internet 926. 10 p.m., Calgary Flames face the Winnipeg Jets. Flames feed on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 924. Jets